第四及
The fourth and the fifth members' motions, these are two motions with no legislative effect. I've accepted the recommendations of the House Committee, that is, the movers of motions each may speak, including reply, for up to 15 minutes, and other members each may speak for up to 7 minutes. The mover of the fifth motion has another 5 minutes to speak on the amendments, and the movers of amendments to that motion each may speak for up to 10 minutes. I'm obliged to direct any member speaking in excess of the specified time to discontinue. Fourth members' motion, vote of no confidence in the Secretary for Development and the Secretary for Education. Members who wish to speak in a debate on the motion will please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon Mr. Raymond Wong to speak and move the motion. Mr. Raymond Wong. President, this is an important motion debate, and we are going to have this debate, but then there are only very few people here, and therefore I'd like to call upon you to ring the bell to count the quorum. Please ring the bell. Mr. Raymond Wong. President, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, Newsnight's misreporting, and the chief executive officer, who was only in place for 54 days, he had to step down as a result of this incident, and the news director and also the deputy news director also had to resign as a result of this. BBC is not a government department, and yet is a public tool, and therefore integrity is very important, and therefore the management offered to resign to show its accountability and responsibility. It's not like what the Hong Kong administration has been doing. They are only interested in getting promotion, and there is no accountability whatsoever. And the so-called accountability system is not working, and there are scandals after scandal, and that is inevitable. And the SAR government claims that our constitutional system is moving towards democracy, but then the nature is that we should have people rule, and we should have the rule of the law, and we should also have a responsibility in place. In other words, whenever the administration acts, whatever consequence that might be brought about, whether it's correct or incorrect, the administration will have to be held responsible for that. And by that we mean that other than legal responsibility, there is also moral responsibility and political responsibility. And as a people's representative, in discharging our duty in monitoring the performance of the administration, our attitude will of course have to be very serious, and we will have to and we will have to distinguish between the right and the wrong. We will also have to be very careful and cautious. We do have non-binding motions, and as the people's representative, there is no way that we are able to, even if we are not able to punish these corrupt officials, but then at least we have to show what we feel about these officials who are not doing their jobs. We should reprimand such acts. And recently, the convener of the Executive Council, Mr. Lam Wun-kwong, accused those who are in the opposition camp, and he said that we are actually targeting the person rather than the incident. And that reminds me of what's said in one of the ancient Chinese readings, saying that Confucius said that, if you can point out what is right, then people will think it's okay. And in simple terms, there was somebody who asked Confucius for advice, and how can you convince the public that you're doing your job? Confucius said that, you should promote those who are doing their jobs, and for those who are corrupt, you should dismiss them, and then you will be able to win the people's trust. But then on the contrary, if you're dismissing those who have integrity, and if you're only promoting those who are corrupt, then there will be no public confidence in you. And therefore, for people who do not have integrity, they should not be in high power and high position. Mr. C.Y. Leung, who has also committed or who has an illegal or unauthorized structures, he has appointed Mr. Franklin Lam, Mr. Paul Chan, and Mr. Eddie, and also Mr. Mak Chai-kwong. And recently it's revealed in the press that some 1/3 of EXCO members have also got UBWs at their home. It's very much similar. It's very similar to what C.Y. Leung had done. But then they have said everything that they could, but then they have done everything that is wrong. And therefore, what can you expect from this bunch of people? And for Mr. Paul Chan, who took over from Mr. Mak Chai-kwong, as soon as he assumed office, it was revealed in the press that he and his wife Frida Hui, between 1994-95, through an investment through a company called Harvest Trump Development Limited, bought some flats and subdivided them and let them out for profits. And Mr. Paul Chan said that he did not own the shares, and only his wife owned the shares. But then the fact was, in fact, he was still a director when the company bought those flats, and he only resigned in 1997. And when they bought a flat in Wai-hing block in Tai Kok Tsui, the unit was already subdivided into into 3 rooms. And then Mr. Paul Chan said that he was not aware of the shares and also the properties owned by his wife, and obviously he was deceiving the public. And then also with regard to those flats, it was let at some $4,000 and is about half of the market rate. And according to those in the sector, with regard to the government rent and so on and so forth, those would be calculated on the basis of rent. And some query that with regard to the tenant and also the landlord, they were actually working together and colluding in order to avoid paying tax and also rates. And in early August, it was also revealed by the press that the company in question also worked together with Richfield in buying some flats, and they only offer 60%, and they managed to had the transaction at about $1.2 million, which was about $2 million below the or less. It's about it should have, the removal fee was $2 million, and it was also alleged that this was done in order to avoid paying tax. And the other day I ran into an elder, and he said that he owned a flat, and that was in 2009. He said that his flat was reduced from $1.6 million to $1 million, and I helped him in cancelling the contract. I remember when I dealt with that case, and our president, Mr. Chung Yuk-sing, received the lawyer's firm which was responsible for this transaction, and there was a complaint against Wong Yuk-man. But then subsequently, I went to the EAA, the Estate Agents Authority, to complain against that agent, and also I went to the Law Society to complain against the lawyer in question, because they were colluding to cheat this elder, and ultimately that would be the property development agent that would benefit from it. All right, after the scandal was exposed, both Mr. Paul Chan and his wife tried to come up with very specious arguments, or they just gave very brief media response, and then subsequently they just did not make any further response to that. And Paul Chan is an accountant himself. He was trying to evade tax, and therefore his integrity was in question. And as the Secretary for Development, you're responsible for dealing with UBWs and building matters, and therefore it's quite an irony, because and also for the Chief Executive, he also had UBWs at his place. He said that he would be increasing manpower in order to comprehensively inspect subdivided flats and also partitioned flats and so on and so forth, so that they would be coming up with appropriate standards for hygiene and so on, and that would also help comprehensively resolve the problem, and they would also come up with the relevant policy. But then if the Secretary for Development has not been entirely in compliance with the law, and also he also had very close links with Richfield. So how can you win people's trust? And on the 1st of October, there was this disaster at off Lemma Island, and then Paul Chan was caught drink driving, and he was filmed by the reporters, and at one point he crossed the double white lines in overtaking, and he said that he did not commit any drink driving. I remember about 2 years ago when we discussed increasing the penalty for drink driving, and at the time, as a member of this council and also as a member of the traffic and TAC, he also said that the penalty should be increased. He also said that the amendment on increasing the revocation of license should also be increased. And on the 8th of October in 2010, Paul Chan said that if some driver just recklessly drive after drinking, and as a result there might be injuries and even death resulting from that, it's not just the life who has been lost as a result of that who will suffer, but also his family members would also suffer. And Paul Chan was a member of this council responsible for passing the amendment legislation in 2010, and he has committed this knowingly, so his integrity is bankrupt. Secretary for Education, Mr. Eddie Ng, he totally ignored the public outcry on national education. He just tried to push through the relevant curriculum through this council, and as a result, during the summer holidays, both teachers and students had to come forward, and they took part in the hunger strike, and they also called upon the boycotting of classes. And this businessman, Secretary for Education, he is forcing everybody to come out to the street. And this is not because of a lack of political experience. But then, as the Secretary for Education, you should have taken up this political responsibility. In 2007, during the Institute of Education's incident, he was also a member of the board, and also together with he was the chairman of the Hong Kong IET board, and also working together with the Secretary for Education, Ms. Fanny Law, and subsequently it was proven that Mrs. Fanny Law tried to interfere with the operation of the Hong Kong IET, she tried to dismiss Professor Lok. And recently there was a discussion on the declining student population, and several hundred headmasters had to come to this council to stage a protest, and he had to rely on his nanny, Mrs. Carrie Lam, to help him. And today, Mrs. Carrie Lam is not here, so Mr. Chung Tak-sing, you have a hard time in defending him. And Mr. Eddie Ng's popularity rating is in the deficit. And with regard to the motion of asking him to step down, it was rejected by this council during the first council meeting. But still, I'd like to move this vote of no confidence against him. I'd like to remind council members that monitoring the performance of the government is your duty. It's an unshakable responsibility. In year 2000, when Yiu-chung introduced this accountability system, and subsequently Donald Tsang tried to expand it by introducing political assistant and also undersecretary, and he was trying to open the door to those friends who are close to the government. And I remember that it was said in year 2000 in introducing the system, and I wrote an article, and it's 12 years ago, and the title of political accountability system, from where does it come from? And well, for a Chinese scholar, he made a very clear definition on political accountability. Well, if the executive is able to take care of the interests of the people, and if it's convincing, then whenever there is any acts against the law, then they will have to be held accountable. This is what democracy is for. And as to the so-called ministerial system, if you do not have a universal and equal election to back it up, then that is not meaningful. And for officials, they will have to be accountable to their governors. But then, to whom would they be would they be accountable for? Well, of course, the officials have to be accountable to the central authorities. But that's provided for under the basic law. But then, as far as their accountability to the public is just a lip service. So that's the end of my quote. And the system has been in place for 10 years, but then it's fraught with problems, and it's also having far-reaching implications. And since 2002 July, the first one to leave was Mrs. Regina Ip, and then she resigned in 2003, the 10th of July, and for the former Financial Secretary, Mr. Anthony Leung, who resigned as a result of buying a car in advance of the announcement on the tax increase. The only person who has stepped down as a result of this system was Dr. Lee Kei-yong. Well, he honestly did that. That's because, he honestly admitted that he stepped down because he had to be held accountable for the mistakes in his policy. And I only have about 2 minutes to go. It's not adequate for me to spell out what happened since year 2000, the scandals that have taken place since the introduction of the system. And the communist CE C.Y. Leung, he has assumed office for 130 days plus, and up till this moment, he is still refusing to give an account on the UBW at Peel Rise, his residence, and with such a boss, obviously his subordinates would just follow suit. So what kind of integrity is this? They are integrity bankrupt. So I would cautiously consider asking my party member so that I will move an impeachment motion against C.Y. Leung. I hope that the other colleagues can co-sign so that within this term of the council, he'll be the first chief executive who will be impeached. Donald Tsang has managed to escape it, and C.Y. Leung won't be able to escape it. President, the motion that I'm moving here is just to ask members to debate it, and if you think that I'm wrong, then for those in the pro-establishment camp, please do not remain silent. Well, please vote in support of my motion, or else you may just walk out instead of voting. That has been what officials have been asking us to do. So that's all.
I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by the Honourable Wong Yuk-man be passed. Secretary for Development. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Wong Yuk-man has moved a motion to say that the Council has no confidence in me and also the Secretary for Education, Eddie Ng. I will speak on the two matters mentioned about me in the motion, and then Mr. Ng will also speak in a moment. Members, before the debate today, I would like first of all to state what happened in those two incidents relating to me and my family members, because I am sure that we should base on facts instead of inaccurate or incomplete rumors or reporting. And only then can we have a meaningful discussion. Actually, when the incident occurred, I already made written statements, and I also answered questions to the media in order to give an account to the public. However, I still like to make use of the opportunity today to again give the gist of those incidents so that you will know better and come to grips with what has transpired. First of all, I like to talk about the media's coverage on my wife and the holding of shares in Harvest Charm, and also the company's involvement in the illegal alteration of a flat. In August this year, it was said that Harvest Charm holds two properties in Tai Kok Tsui and Shanghai Street, and that they were subdivided and rented out. And it is said that this would flout the regulations under the Buildings Ordinance. On this, I like to tell you my role in this incident. Harvest Charm was established in 1994. At the beginning of the establishment of the company, I was a director until October 1997 when I resigned. I never held any shares of Harvest Charm. My wife holds some shares of that company through an overseas company, but she does not have a holding power. And the rental affairs of the company are held or managed by her family member, another director. The flats held by Harvest Charm in Tai Kok Tsui and Shanghai Street were rented out to the same lessee. According to that shareholder, the lessee said that his father was coming to Hong Kong from the mainland, so after renting one unit, he rented the other unit. And the tenancy states that the unit was only going to be inhabited by the lessee, and also without the consent of Harvest Charm, the landowner, no other people should live in the flats, and there should not be subletting or transfer of the tenancy. And the rental charged was only $4,000 for each unit. And if Harvest Charm was really running a subdivided flat for profits, how would the rent be so low? The units were subdivided and then rented out. My wife, even if she was a director of the company, she was not in charge of any rental affairs, and she never visited the properties. And therefore, she was not in the know about the situation in those units. And myself have already resigned from directorship for 15 years, so I have no knowledge of the present situation of the properties. My wife and myself do not know the lessee of these units. According to media reporting, the lessee, when asked by the media, said many times that he did not know us. When the media reported on the subdivided flats, On the 3rd of August, my wife issued a statement and she pointed out that Harvest Charm would immediately take action in order to take back those 2 units. After that, there would be the clearance of all UBWs in those units. And she also said that in order to dispel the doubts of the public, she was discussing with other shareholders in order to sell her shares in the company. After that, when I responded to media questions, I also said many times that my wife held shares in Harvest Charm through an overseas company, and I already said that all those shares have been sold. There was a comment that after the media reported on the incidents, I only gave part of the truth and then another part of the truth, like peeling an onion. I'd like to take the opportunity to explain to you what happened. From the first report in the media, I had already sought an understanding with my wife. I indeed was once a director of Harvest Charm. However, that was something that happened 15 years ago. I know that my wife was part of the company, and the company holds property in Shanghai Street and Tai Kok Tsui. However, with regard to the rental matters, I know no details of those. In order to respond to questions of the media, in those few days I already, based on information I had then, gave an account to the public. And then some media asked questions about the buying of the property by Harvest Charm 10-odd years ago. I had to seek understandings with the Harvest Charm in order to get clear with the facts. And the Harvest Charm company also had to look for the facts. And actually some properties had already been sold, and the looking up of information took time, and therefore I was not able to give a complete account there and then. And with regard to one of the statements I issued, it was issued near midnight. It was because it took time to look for the information. And then after I got the results, then I did not want to delay anymore, and I was in fact anxious to release the statement. And on the 10th of August, I already apologized for the inconvenience caused to the media. There was a comment saying that in the mid-90s, when Harvest Charm bought the properties, in other words, when I was the director of the company, was already involved in the operation of subdivided flats. I'd like you to understand that the company was buying property with a tenancy, and the subdivided flat, so-called subdivided flat, was more like a partitioned flat. And in those times, there was only wood paneling, and the different tenants would use a common toilet and a common kitchen. And it is not the same as what is being done now. And now the subdivided flat is built with bricks and walls, and the individual and the subdivided units have their own kitchens or toilets. In fact, at that time, the property bought together with a tenancy was regulated under the then Landlord and Tenants Consolidation Ordinance, or the so-called Rent Control Ordinance. So after the Harvest Charm bought the units, it had to continue with the existing tenancies or prevailing tenancies. Some media said that when Harvest Charm sold an old unit, that there was a suspicion of tax avoidance and even tax evasion. According to the reply from Harvest Charm, it was a kind of suspicion or speculation without the backing of facts. Let me quote from the statement issued by my wife on the 3rd of August. Harvest Charm Development received the property price and the removal fee. Those were already recorded in the statement of the company, and it was already reported to the administration or government, so there was no question of tax avoidance or tax evasion. To allay the public's worries, my wife sold all her shares in Harvest Charm, and also in August I issued a statement. I categorically promised that within my tenure as Secretary for Development, my wife and myself would not be involved in the Hong Kong property market except for personal use. Mr. Deputy, with regard to drink driving, it was like this. On the 2nd of October, it was a public holiday. In the morning, my son's girlfriend came to visit us at home, at our home, and at noon we went to the jockey club for lunch, and we ordered some beer. After that, after some time, then I drove from jockey club. I am confident that I did not commit drink driving. I was acting in accordance with the law. As to the public's concern on the reporting of the affair, on the 4th of October, I already initiated a contact with the Hong Kong region units, and I said that they should take the initiative to investigate, and I would cooperate. I hope that with the professional investigation by government departments and their fair investigation, the public's concerns would be dispelled. Since the matter is under investigation by the police, in order not to interfere with the relevant investigation, I shouldn't comment on it further. I understand the seriousness or importance of this post of Secretary of Development, and I am subjecting myself to the monitoring by the public and the media. And I also understand the public's expectation on the behavior of accountability officials. I would stay on the alert. I would be prudent in my act and words, and I would be committed to my work as Secretary for Development.
Secretary for Education. Mr. Deputy, with regard to the motion moved by Mr. Raymond Wong and also the response by the Secretary for Development, Mr. Paul Chan, I'd like to respond to the part on education. First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to briefly summarize how both the administration and myself dealt with the MNE issue and how we responded positively to the aspirations in the community on the subject. And that also shows how we've been listening very carefully to the comments in the community in dealing with the matter. First of all, I'd like to highlight a few points. Well, during the last term of government in 2011, in May, it announced the Moral and National Education Curriculum Guide is from P1 to P6. The first draft was released, and it was developed by the Moral and National Education Task Force under the Curriculum Development Council. It did so after 4 months of consultation, and through different channels, it collected the views from the community widely, and stakeholders' views were also considered, and over 1,000 submissions were received. And at the time, this council's education panel also held 2 days public hearing, and over 100 deputations and representatives came and gave this council their views. And afterwards, some 87 submissions were also received from those deputations, and all the information has been uploaded onto the webpage of the Education Bureau. After taking on board the mainstream opinions expressed during the consultation, the curriculum guide was already revised substantially. It was almost like a rewriting of the relevant chapters and paragraphs, in emphasizing the diversified perspectives in thinking by the students, were in terms of the ideology and also the content of the curriculum, and also the strategy for learning and teaching, and also the assessment and so on. So there were very substantial revisions and more specific and appropriate teaching suggestions and examples were given. And also for controversial issues in teaching, there were also more detailed explanations given in the curriculum guide. And those revisions have been made in response to the views expressed during the consultation period. And in the revised curriculum guide, after its publication in April this year, we also continue to listen to the views expressed by different walks of life with regard to the subject of MNE. In particular, in the launching of the subject, there were concerns expressed and worries expressed, and we also made very prompt response to those concerns. And on the 29th of July, concerning the response from the community, the administration announced that a widely representative committee on initiating MNE was set up, and I was also actively involved in the work of the committee. We also listened to the views of the various sectors, and we also took the initiative to listen to them. And also in September and October, in August and September, a number of meetings were held, and we were trying to accommodate the differences. We were trying to settle the differences, and we've been very fully involved in the process. Indeed, on the 8th of September, the administration announced that there would be very substantial revision to the curriculum, and on the 10th of September, the Education Bureau immediately talked to school sponsors and schools. We further explained to them as to how the policy would be revised, in particular with regard to the scrapping of the 3-year period for rolling out M&E for secondary and junior secondary schools. This arrangement was announced so that schools sponsoring bodies and schools would be able to do it in accordance with the level of preparation and also their own ideologies and so on in deciding how the subject should be taught and how it should be rolled out. And that would also include whether they would launch the project or the subject, and whether or not it should be made an independent subject, and also the timetable for doing so. So schools sponsoring bodies and also the schools themselves could also decide on their own. After considering the different viewpoints and also controversies surrounding the subject and also the concerns and so on the 8th of October, we decided, or the initiating committee decided to shelve the curriculum guide, and on the same day, the administration also accepted the recommendation by the committee to shelve the subject, and the Education Bureau immediately announced that it would not be asking the schools to adopt the curriculum guide, and it would not be using the curriculum guide as the basis for school inspection or assessment. And the administration and the committee also unanimously agreed that moral and civic education would be very important to school education, and for holistic development of students, it should also include understanding of our country and also their understanding of their national identity and so on. And therefore, M&E is something that should form a very important part of our school curriculum. But then we have responded in a timely manner to the concerns expressed in the process, and we have provided a more relaxed environment to the education sector. We believe that we have listened to the views in a timely manner. It's a responsible government, and it's what a responsible official should have done with courage. And these arrangements are to facilitate more rational communication between the civil society and the administration, so that education can come back. Education can go back to education, and it's also a way to respond positively to the views expressed by the community. We respect the freedom of speech by the public, and we also understand that the public's wishes is that there should be more social harmony. There should also be trust amongst different sectors of the community, so that there would be more dialogue and cooperation amongst different sectors of the community. And I'll be listening to the views of our members very carefully and sincerely. Thank you.
Chief Secretary. Mr. Deputy, I will address the Council after hearing the views of members. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Mr. Deputy, when I read Mr. Raymond Wong's motion, I am full of feelings. Well, we have this democratic framework, but we do not have any substance in it. Our chief executive is not elected under one person, one vote. We have functional constituencies in this council, and members' private motions face a lot of difficulties when they're raised, and even for this member's motion, they will be subject to split voting. So the so-called democracy is very vague. What power do we have as representative of the 7 million people in Hong Kong? Even if this motion, which is not legally binding, is carried today in the Council, what will happen to them? They will remain in office they do not have to bear any consequences. How can our officials be so arrogant and so neglectful about their personal conduct and so neglectful of public opinion when rolling out policies? This is because we do not have a mechanism to remove officials from office. And also the so-called accountability system is also nothing but a title. When Mr. Yiu-chung introduced the political accountability system, that was how it was introduced. It was said the following. Under this new system, the political appointed officials would be appointed not in accordance with civil service posts. They must be accountable to the chief executive for any policy under their remit, and they must bear full responsibility of these policies. They may have to step down because of major political or policy blunders. And these include policy blunders as well as the errors that may occur during the implementation of the policies. They may also need to step down because of any personal misconduct. The Secretary for Development and Secretary for Education exactly displays how this accountability system is not working at all. Secretary for Development already offered his views just now. He had time and again spoke on the subject, but he has not answered the crux of the question, and that is, well, you may say that you no longer hold any shares of Harvest Charm Development, but I'm interested in knowing the company, which is a BVI company, holding this Harvest Charm Development Limited, and whether, Mr. Chan, Secretary, have you ever owned or held any shares of this BVI holding company or option over the past 15 years? Or have you received any dividends or gains through a trust system? This is the crux of the question, and not this locally incorporated company, Harvest Charm. Mr. Chan, I understand that in your previous answers, you said that it's a BVI company which is incorporated outside Hong Kong, and you cannot answer this question. But if you really want to clear our doubts, shouldn't there be a way to let us know the register of shareholders of this BVI company? Now, Mr. Ng, the introduction of the M&E subject caused a great divide in our society, and at one point, 120 people took to the street to 120,000 people took to the street to protest the subject. And as Secretary for Education, you're not safeguarding the autonomy. So how can we trust you? And as mentioned by Mr. Raymond Wong just now, Mr. George Entwistle of BBC only assumed office for 2 months, and because of the misreporting in Newsnight, he had to step down. He might not know about the report beforehand, but as Director General of BBC and Chief Editor of BBC, he said that he had to shoulder all responsibility of the program, and the only way was for him to step down. And David Petraeus, the head of CIA of the United States, made no mistakes at work, and he performed very well, but because of his extramarital affairs, he had to resign from his post. It shows that nowadays we have very high expectations of our officials' personal conduct as well as their performance. The two officials that I talk about, they did not breach any rules. They did not make any major mistakes. But in terms of their personal conduct, they made a wrong judgment. And therefore, I support Mr. Wong Yuk-man's motion. Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The government very often thinks that the criticisms towards government officials are unfounded. And by way of this kind of thinking, they refuse to accept the accountability that they should have towards the public. And this actually damages our confidence in governance. In fact, public's trust is very important. From C.Y. Leung to politically appointed officials, we are giving the public this impression that this government can no longer be trusted. And under such circumstances, how can governance be improved? How can the social divide be narrowed? Can we just rely on the chief executive and the officials' remarks that the community is looking for harmony? Definitely not. If people don't trust the government, no matter what policy the government proposes, people will be very skeptical. This is not what we want to see, but this is what is happening. Well, political accountable officials have profound impact on public policies, and there may be those who would benefit from or harmed by an introduction of public policy. We need to have a trustworthy government and officials before we can believe that the government has really considered the public's benefit in their public policies. However, the public does not have this impression over the past 15 years. And therefore, over the past 15 years, the public's expectation have become poles apart from the government's policies. Mr. Chen, Secretary, talked about the drink driving incident on the 1st of October. Well, we have heard very clearly in APIs that if you drink, you shouldn't drive. This has nothing to do with whether or not you're confident that you will not commit drink driving. Secretary, in the debate on the amendment bill, you also said very clearly that people may pass a wrong judgment on themselves. They thought that they might not be drunk, but in the end, lives may be at stake. Secretary, those were the words you said. So how come in the end, you yourself said that you were confident that you did not breach any law? Secretary, as a public officer, as an official under the political accountability system, you should not just abide by the law, you should also meet the expectations of you as a PA official. If you cannot
do that, Secretary, this shows that you are not politically sensitive enough. And you may let yourself think that there is no problem, which may cloud your judgment when you formulate public policies. And this will damage public's trust in our government. From the chief executive to principal officials, so far we have not yet heard any plausible explanation. And we have to suffer for 5 more years. And also because of split voting system in this council, public opinion cannot be effectively reflected in this chamber. So how can we have any harmony under this government's rule? The pro-establishment camp may defend the government when they cast their votes so that some policies may be passed. But then we will see hundreds of thousands of people surrounding the government, the CGO. Why is it that you're forcing public opinion to subside rather than making concessions on the government's part? The government should tell us that they are determined to uphold the system. How can we trust that officials will be accountable to the public in the future? When the system was introduced by Mr. Yiu-chung, it was said that it was public expectation for government officials to bear responsibility for the political blunders, and that there was no way for them to step down. But even after the system was introduced, it remains difficult for officials to be accountable, and this will lose public's confidence. So the Democratic Party will support Mr. Wong Yuk-man's motion.
The Honorable Kin-yuen. Mr. Deputy, on the 17th of October, I myself moved a motion to ask Mr. Eddie Ng, the Secretary for Education, to step down. I never thought that in this short span of just another month, I would have to speak more or less on the same topic, that Mr. Eddie Ng lacks the commitment to do a good job in terms of his education portfolio. The shelving of the national education curriculum does not mean that there are no more challenges. Actually, we are faced with another challenge, and as you know, that is because the numbers of students at secondary schools would continue to shrink. In the next 4 years, there will be a drop of 35,000 students for secondary schools. PTU and headmasters associations have said that we should limit the class size in order to provide a solution. And of course, there can be a supplementary measure. However, the education department would only agree to freezing the number of surplus teachers for 3 years, and also to have 2 classes if there are 26 students. I think these are just slogans to impress people. But in the past 2 days, we have heard that, like peeling an onion, we have finally heard that the Education Bureau has responded to school principals' ideas that they would be happy with a 2-1-1 or 1-1-1 option. In other words, in the next 3 years, there will be the reduction of students in classes, and there will be 1 fewer or 2 fewer in the first year, and then 1 fewer in the second year and 1 fewer in the third year. But this is not the same as what is proposed by the headmasters, and that is a 3-2-1 option. And also the PTU has proposed that there should be 4 fewer in the first year. We cannot accept those proposals because these 2 proposals are not going to resolve the problem. First of all, the Education Bureau has always committed this very serious mistake. It is said that Sorry, Mr. Yip, please come back to the motion under discussion, because we are not talking about education policies, but rather a motion to say we have no confidence in the two bureau directors. I believe what I'm saying is about the performance of one of the secretaries in terms of the implementation of actual policies, and that is why I'm also actually speaking directly to the motion that says we have no confidence in the two secretaries. The secretary has committed a big mistake. He has said that the shrinking of student number is only temporary. I think that is a major mistake. He said that the numbers will go back up after 4 years. I think he has neglected the unique feature of this particular shrinking of numbers, because if numbers shrink for 1 year, there will be an extended effect for 6 years. And we have done the sums. If we have to cross this particular difficult period, we need to plan for the next 10 years. And what the Education Bureau said does not reflect reality. The two options provided by the government or the administration would actually lead to surplus teachers and also the shrinking of school size. In 2016, it is my estimation that Form 1 classes... Sorry, Mr. Yip, I really like you to come back to the debate today, because this is not a debate on the education policy, but a motion to say we have no confidence on the two bureau directors. You are only talking about education policy. If the bureau does not agree with you, it doesn't mean that you should take it up under this motion. I would ask you to come back to this motion. Please do not digress. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to seek some advice from you. If we were to talk about the accountability of the bureau director of education, if we cannot debate education policy, then what can we debate about? Well, education policy, it should belong to another debate. But this is a motion to cast no confidence in the secretaries. You should not turn to the facts, but rather what the bureau secretary has wronged in his policy. I'm already saying that he has committed mistakes. I think members can tell the difference. I think they know. I'm saying that the education secretary has put forward the wrong arguments, so that there is this wrong assumption that the problem is only temporary. But I'm saying that actually the problem is here to stay. So aren't I talking to the motion? Well, this is your view, but I would still hope that you would come back to the motion. And that is, this is a motion on casting no confidence in the Secretary for Development and Secretary for Education. Please continue. Mr. Deputy. If we have to talk about the performance of the Secretary for Education, obviously we have to talk about his work. It must not be just about his conduct. I will continue. And of course, I will adjust my speech in accordance with the advice given by the deputy to the president. We cannot accept that option because we cannot see that the Secretary for Education has a definite philosophy or justification. We said that there should be a reduction of 4 students for each class or a 3-2-1 option. Those are rationally based. However, when the Secretary for Education put forward his proposals, it was just like bargaining over a catty of vegetable. If it is not 3, then why not 2, why not 1? How are these figures based? Is it just for countering views from the public that is just a chip for bargaining? And if in the process of negotiation, then if there is no sincerity, it is very disappointing. I think the Secretary for Education has not respected the views of teachers. In the process, he has not allowed teachers to participate, and we organized a signature campaign, and just in 3 weeks we have got signatures from 5,000 teachers. It shows that the PTU has represented views of teachers. However, the Bureau has been selective in its consultation. It has avoided having in-depth discussion with the PTU. In the past few days, when I got to know that the Education Bureau had an in-depth discussion with principals, I said that actually the PTU Professional Teachers Union should have a voice in this. However, it was not accepted. And then there is also this important issue. And that is, in the process, the Secretary for Education has neglected the importance of this council. 2 days ago, the education panel passed a motion moved by myself. The first part of the motion is to urge the administration to immediately reduce the class size of secondary schools to 30. However, even if the motion was carried, the secretary then went to the CGC next door to propose to principals that there should be a 211 or 111 option. Now that goes directly against, it flies in the face of a motion carried by this council. He is not facing up to the demands of this legislative council, and he is not having any kind of cooperative relationship with this council. Your time is up, Mr. Yip. Ms. Helena Wong.
喺10月17號
Mr. Deputy, on the 17th of October, I also spoke in support of Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's motion asking Mr. Eddie Ng to step down. And therefore today I have to speak in support of Mr. Raymond Wong's motion too. It's a vote of no confidence in the Secretary for Development and the Secretary for Education. Concerning the approach by the Education Bureau in pushing through moral and national education curriculum to this council, the public was outraged. That's because the administration is using public funds to sponsor the development of a biased curriculum, and the Education Bureau has also used public funds, and there is also an alleged transfer of interest to the Federation of Education, and it was also applying nominal rent to the Federation of Education, and as a result, the Federation of Education was able to make use of those venues to come up with this brainwashing curriculum on national education. And even now, the Bureau has still refused to completely withdraw the MNE curriculum. Well, since assuming office in early July, I think you did not really do that bad because you also said that the curriculum was problematic, and you did not want your children to be subject to such brainwashing curriculum. But then shortly afterwards, you began to speak differently, and shortly after assuming office on the 17th of July, Secretary, you made a secret visit to Beijing, and upon public inquiry, you admitted that you did go to Beijing, you did meet with the education minister, and you did discuss national education in Hong Kong. And then at the time, commercial radio also quoted some sources, and it was reported that liaison office did comment on the criticism leveled by Mr. Eddie Ng's criticism against the curriculum guide, and you were asked to go back, and you were actually invited for a talk. And after your visit to Beijing, did you give a very clear account as to what you said to the education minister, and did you reflect the concerns of Hong Kong people towards the curriculum to the education minister? And did the education minister give you any instructions saying that you must not withdraw the curriculum and things like that? Bureau Director, concerning the brainwashing MNE subject, I think the public and we have already expressed our very clear stance on this. But then what the public is worried is not just about whether such curriculum would be brainwashing our children. What we are most concerned about is whether or not we would be introducing Beijing's instructions on our education, and as a result, in all secondary and primary schools in Hong Kong, you might be introducing brainwashing teaching materials so that students can only love their country, love their party, and they are not supposed to criticize the Chinese Communist Party or its policies. And if that is the case, then there is every reason for the public to cast a vote of confidence in you. And also, according to the guideline on MNE, in terms of assessing the schools in rolling out such MNE subjects, the Education Bureau can deploy inspectors to go into these schools to assess how the schools are implementing the MNE targets both in the school, inside the school and outside the schools. That's why there is even greater mistrust in the Education Bureau, because you might be using this as an excuse to interfere with the autonomy of schools, and you're actually instilling alternative values which might serve to offset the core values of Hong Kong people. And up to this day, our concerns and anxieties have not been allayed. So even though the current sparkle might have been put out, but then the Education Minister still owes us an explanation on this particular matter, on education. Have you been subject to the Chinese Liaison Office or even the Ministry of Education in China, that in due course you will have to revive the MNE subject, so that you will have to introduce another wave of MNE? So these are my remarks, and I support Mr. Raymond Wong's motion.
Mr. Ronnie Tong. Mr. Deputy, when the former Chief Executive, Mr. Yiu-chung, proposed the setting up of a political accountability system, there was by and large a constitutional conflict, because Article 64 of the Basic Law stipulates that the SAR government must abide by the law and be accountable to the Legislative Council of the Hong Kong SAR. Now, under this political accountability system, the Chief Executive insisted that those officials should be accountable to him, whereas the Basic Law says that the officials should be accountable to the Legislative Council. So is there a conflict here? I don't think so. On the one hand, the officials should be accountable to the Chief Executive, and that is if the Chief Executive thinks that the officials shouldn't be sacked, then they won't be sacked. Never mind about public opinion. So on top of the accountability system, the principal officials, as part of the SAR government, should be accountable to LegCo. So although the Chief Executive may be of the view that despite the poor performance of these officials, they do not need to step down, but as far as the Legislative Council is concerned, the officials are required to explain to us why they do not need to shoulder responsibilities over the blunders which might cost them their job. Mr. Deputy, after talking about the accountability issue, I will next talk about the reasons why we're asking the secretaries to step down. Is it because we're from the opposition camp? Is it because we dislike them? Is this a standard acceptable by other countries? And on this point, we can draw reference from other jurisdictions as far as accountability system is concerned. First of all, for a principal official, when there is a serious blunder in introducing a policy, this official should step down. Secondly, if this principal official has a serious issue with his personal integrity or conduct, he should step down. Thirdly, if there is a serious dereliction of duty such that the public has lost confidence in him, then in an open and democratic society, he should be accountable and he should step down. Mr. Deputy, the three principles that I raised should be the basis for members' consideration in asking the secretaries to step down. We should not think that since the secretary is a government official or since he is from the pro-establishment camp, he should step down. No. This is not what we're talking about. The motion is about whether these two secretaries have contravened the three principles of accountability. And I think the answer is yes. I'll talk about Mr. Chan first. When Mr. Paul Chan was a councillor in this chamber, he was a competent councillor, in my view. But when we're talking about public interest and social interest and accountability, then I'm sorry to say that I must criticize the official, this secretary, in a more stricter manner. Well, it's as mentioned by others, it seems that the secretary cannot even distinguish between partition flats and subdivided flats. Well, let's put this aside. On whether there is any conflict of personal interest, he shifted the blame onto his wife, and it seems to be the prevailing practice of our government officials, the chief executive, Mr. Franklin Lam. It doesn't mean that it's right. And when we talk about drink driving and crossing double white lines, well, some may say that it's a minor breach of the traffic regulation. He should be let off lightly. But drink driving is a serious offense. He drank beer and he did not ask for any test or breath test to be conducted. He disregarded the alcohol content in his body. And 2 days later, he came out and made some remarks, and it was futile that he said that he wasn't drunk. He should be responsible for his act. And also, as Secretary for Development, he does have this responsibility to enforce the law and ensure that the UBWs should face criminal sanction. That's the case for the Chief Executive, Mr. Gregory So, the other Secretary. It seems that as far as Hong Kong laws are concerned, they have double standard. As Secretary for Development, he should ensure that the law is equal, everyone is equal before the law. And so this is a serious dereliction of duty, and I think the Secretary for Development should step down, should be accountable. And Secretary for Education, as said by many others, and encountered a serious blunder when he introduced a policy, and according to overseas practice, the official should step down. He even distorted public opinion. He said, and in the end, it cost 120,000 people to besiege the CGO. This is really shameless, and it's sad. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mrs. Regina Yip. Mr. Deputy, I subscribed to Mr. Wong Yuk-man's speech just now. I think that we should either vote for or against this motion. Well, that is whether we cast a vote of confidence in our secretaries or a vote of no confidence. I also agree that with political accountability system, the public does hold an expectation that in the event of serious personal misconduct or serious policy blunders, these government officials should be accountable. So, putting aside what is said in basic law, if a secretary do not have public's confidence that he should be accountable. However, I cannot support the motion today, and I will explain why. I've carefully heard the remarks made by the two secretaries, and in relation to the two incidents of Mr. Chen, about the first incident of drink driving, I had a friend who was also having lunch that day at a jockey club restaurant, and I was told that there was a promotional set meal that day, and that the food would come with beer, and that actually Mr. Paul Chan didn't drink much, and the meal was to have a pig's knuckle with a glass of beer. And we understand that if we go to a restaurant, well, I don't mean to say that for a government official, he must not drive if he has consumed a small quantity of alcohol, because we're talking about drink driving, not just driving with alcohol. On the other issue of subdivision of flats, well, Mr. Chen already gave an explanation, and I hope that in a moment Secretary could further clarify whether any tax evasion was involved or tax avoidance was involved, and whether the BVI company, which holds Harvest Charm, I'd like to know whether Mr. Chen holds any shares of this holding company. As for Mr. Ng, I do have something to say about the motion, the wording of the motion. It said that Mr. Eddie Ng attempted to push through the national education subject, arousing strong public antipathy, so on and so forth. And it is Mr. Ng's responsibility to push through a policy, to promote a policy. And I checked the records. In fact, during the last term of government, amongst the 7 policy addresses of the former chief executive, Mr. Deng, 5 of them talked about the introduction of M&E. And this subject was discussed at the panel meeting, and I also attended those meetings. We also had a public hearing, and there was no objection in principle to the fact that in every country they have this subject of teaching people about their national identity, and some $600 million have been allocated for secondary and primary schools to introduce the subject. So unless all the electoral members were blind, we actually voted in favor of it. And I heard from the public as well as Dr. Wong, Helena Wong, that there are views that the introduction of the subject carries a political motive. It's kind of a brainwash. But if you look at the curriculum guide and the wording therein and the controversial China model, like I said, this curriculum guide has been revised, and the curriculum guide was actually approved in April during the last term of government. And I also agree that for this China model is somewhat biased, it is substandard, but it wasn't Mr. Eddie Ng who approved funding allocation for the preparation of this material. It was compiled by the Advanced Institute for Contemporary China Studies. It was, a center was commissioned. I asked some of the civil servants involved why the material was published, even if there was something wrong with the wording. But they said that they have commissioned the HACSS to it was like the HKCSS. They have commissioned the other organization to prepare the material. And I understand that for civil servants dedicated to this field, they have quality control. And once commissioned, they cannot just shift all the responsibility to others. And it is not fair to ask Mr. Ng to bear all the responsibility. He has just assumed office for 4 months. I have heard other members saying that they're not satisfied with his work, but I think that more time should be given for him to do his job. So I do not support Mr. Wong's motion.
The Honorable Raymond Chan.
More dangerous the abuse. 權力越大，濫用職權嘅危險。
The greater the power, the greater or the danger of abuse. This is by a famous Irish politician. We have the principal official accountability system in Hong Kong. This word accountability actually gave some hope to the public. They had hoped that there would be a group of accountability officials who would serve the public, and that if they were negligent, they would take up responsibility and step down. However, the accountability system had become a system for shirking responsibility. And if we ask them to take up responsibility and step down for the mistakes, it's like the Arabian Nights story. And also, if you want them to apologize, you have to wait for a miracle. Mr. Raymond Wong has moved a motion on a vote of no confidence on the 2 bureau directors and asked them to step down. Actually, this all boils down to the fact that after reunification, the Hong Kong democratic development process has gone into this limbo. And even if you say you like to create better popularity ratings, there is no way for you to do it because the administration has no mandate from the people. In 2012, we should despair because the Communist Party has taken over. The bureaucratic system cannot even keep its face. You don't even care to paint an image of bureaucracy. And there is no buffer against this struggle for power with the central authorities. Hong Kong has entered into an era of rule by man. The Hong Kong POP has revealed that the net approval rate for Mr. Paul Chan at the end of October is -27. And he ranks the lowest. And for Mr. Eddie Ng, the net approval rate is -22. Of course, you may not regard popularity rate as anything important. You may regard it as a cloud. However, as Confucius said, if you do not have any integrity, if people cannot trust you, people just don't know what to expect of you anymore. And also, in one Chinese classic, it is said that you have to deliver your promise. You should not cheat the people. Mr. Paul Chan and Mr. Eddie Ng have lost the trust of the public. People don't trust you. This is an established fact. It is not for you to explain more times and to use more bureaucracies so people will change their impression on you. Whether you tell the truth, whether you don't tell a half-truth or no truth, we just don't trust you anymore. Can you remain in your position and be there for 5 years? Let me talk about Mr. Paul Chan. You are the Secretary for Development. You should have the jurisdiction of tackling UBWs. However, the company where you were a director actually bought a unit with subdivided rooms. Now, don't change that concept into the concept of partitioned rooms so that the problem may appear less serious. And then the media revealed that you actually paid a lot less profits tax, and also your drink driving behavior was videotaped. But then, of course, you were advancing arguments to get away from these incidents. Not to mention driving a car. Even if you were crossing the road on foot, you would not want to jaywalk, especially if you are an accountability official. You don't want to create a bad image in the minds of the public. But what you have done has hurt the image of accountability officials and the morale of the civil servants. I'm afraid that from now on, more accountability officials would act like you and not check the behavior. As for Mr. Eddie Ng, on the face of it, you might not have committed so many mistakes and you might not have made so much gain as Mr. Paul Chan. But then you were trying to bulldoze national education through and you were frustrated in your efforts, and now you broke up the subject into a kind of autonomy for schools, and you are turning national education underground. However, coming back, subdivided flats could be rectified, and also the tax not paid could be donated. However, if you do a bad education job, you are going to hurt our students to the extent that there can be no reverse action that can be taken. And you do not tackle the small class situation. You do not look at liberal studies vis-a-vis Chinese history. You do not look at the curriculum and also the examination system, and also that students have not a strong cultural education enough. But then you were trying to import national education into Hong Kong that would only paint a rosy picture of the Communist Party rule. And Hong Kong young people, as a result, are losing the competitive edge, and the DSE is not for any good. And so you only want to remain in your position so that you have a good time, so that you manufacture these nuts and bolts which will not object to the system. How can you face our next generation? If there is more oppression, there would be more reaction. When we are faced with this Hong Kong communist rule and the two bureau directors who have totally neglected their duties, they have tarnished the image of accountability officials. And since Hong Kong does not have dual universal suffrage, the officials do not have the mandate of the public, we cannot do much. The Beijing liaison office in Hong Kong will only spread the mainland wrongs to Hong Kong. And of course, I understand that we cannot ask them to step down. This proposition, the city is dying, may well be painting a picture of this government. Let me quote from one Chinese writer. This is a pool of dead water. Let us try to see what can be got out of it. Thank you. Your time is up, Mr. Leung Yiu-chung. Mr. President, I have to attend another meeting later on. I may not be able to vote on the motion. So I'll state here that I will vote in support of Mr. Raymond Wong's motion. This is mainly because, well, I will go into that in a moment, but I will tell these two bureau directors that I do not actually target you as individuals, but your positions as accountability officials. So I would vote in support of the motion. Actually, in the past 4 years, Mr. Paul Chen, when you were a legislator, you were a good friend. We enjoyed chats and we had a lot to talk about. But on debating this motion, I must put aside our friendship, but attend to this motion on the basis of your new position. As for Mr. Eddie Ng, I did not know you. But recently I had asked you for some assistance and you were very forthcoming. That was very good. But at the same time, 1 or 2 incidents do not mean that I would have to vote against the motion. I would still vote in support, and that is all because of the position you are holding. You two are bureau directors. And under the system, you are under the principal official accountability system, and you should be accountable. Of course, you are now only required to be accountable to the CE, but to us, that's not the case. For us, like what Mr. Ronnie Tong said, you should be accountable to the CE and also the Legislative Council, but in the end, you have to be accountable to the public. This is because you are not within the civil service. When we had the Hong Kong colonial government, the branch heads were civil servants. Of course, they were monitored by the public, but in terms of accountability, you now are in a different category. You must understand that you are accountability officials. So, you should not just be accountable to the CE. And if that were the case, it would be easy because the CE would be the only one calling the shots. However, you should be accountable to the public. As Mr. Ronnie Tong said, he stated 3 criteria, and I think they're all important. First of all, your conduct. Number 2, your attitude in putting forward policies. And number 3, that you should win the heart of the people. We should judge you from these 3 angles. And as Mr. Raymond Wong said in the motion, we should judge you so that as to say whether you should stay in your position. Mr. Paul Chan, you responded to the issue of subdivided flats. However, you still have not explained yourself clearly. And that is how you were related to Richfield when you sold the tenants that the flat should be for 2.5 million. However, the price was set at 1.5 million and then the removal fee was for 1 million. And there is a lot of uncertainty and the lack of clarity in your explanation. Therefore, people have no confidence in you anymore. That's the crux of the problem. Mr. Paul Chan, just think about it. You are a secretary. And if people do not have confidence in you, how can you roll out policies? How can people support your policies? Even if it is a good policy, people would doubt and query the motive behind. I would advise you to step down voluntarily instead of being asked to leave your post, because you are a secretary for development and yet you have lost the trust of the public, and there will certainly be problems when you put forward policies. As for Mr. Eddie Ng, when you proposed to launch national education and tackle the issue of class size, I think the biggest problem was that you had not enjoyed or won the confidence of the public. And of course, it was not you who were explaining the policies. It was Miss Carrie Lam. Mrs. Carrie Lam was doing your job. You could have not existed at all. If that's the case, why would you be needed now? That's the problem. You secretaries have a job to play, and the people have usurped your power and they have done your job. So why do we still need you? And by so doing, you have lost the confidence of the public. Why is it that at the crunch time, why it was not you who came forward to explain policies? Why was it for CS4A to do this? This was rarely seen in the past. I dare not say it did not happen at all, but on these two big issues, it was Mrs. Carrie Lam who appeared before the public. And in fact, when there was a closed-door meeting to meet principals, it was also steered by Mrs. Carrie Lam. Is it that the taxpayers are paying a double salary for what Mrs. Carrie Lam is doing? I think that is a problem because we cannot see that you are competent. It was always the CS4A who was doing your job for you. So how can you win the hearts of the public? So the 2 bureau secretaries, please think about this. If this continues, how can you continue to implement the policies of this SAR administration? How can you convince the public that you are up to par? I therefore would support the motion. I would also hope that you do some soul searching And coming back, if you voluntarily leave the administration, there would be more healthy development of our constitutional aspect. And I do want you to think seriously about this. If you think that you are not up to the job and you voluntarily retire, then other accountability officials will also be able to follow you.
Dr. K.K. Kwok. President, as you might have noticed, yesterday the Court of Final Appeal made a ruling on what Mr. C.Y. Leung said. During the election campaign, he used integrity as a subject to challenge another rival, Henry Tang, and he used UBWs, and also he accused Mr. Henry Tang of telling lies, and as a result, he won the election. But then, subsequently, he was exposed by the media that when compared to another candidate who did not have the integrity, he was actually the one who did not have integrity, who was not able to face squarely to his misdeeds. And as Mr. Albert Ho said, he would have to come clean on this. He would have to give an account to the public. Well, the public have great expectations on our senior officials. All principal officials have a duty to discharge to the public. The public have a legitimate expectation on them, and they should have a higher standard of integrity when compared to others in the community. And when the accountability officials took office at the Hong Kong CEC, they should have understood what that pledge was meant to be. And with regard to both bureau directors, Mr. Eddie Ng and Mr. Paul Chen, I knew them both for a while, and privately, I have no qualms about them whatsoever, and I'm sure many would have regarded Mr. Paul Chen as a competent council member when he was a member of the council, and Mr. Eddie Ng also is a very experienced person in human resources. But then since assuming office in July, if you look at the performance of Mr. Ng, indeed, many members of the public and this council would find it difficult to have trust in him. Well, today is a motion on a vote of confidence in the two bureau directors, and just now, the two bureau directors also responded to some allegations made by Mr. Raymond Wong against the two of them. And if you look at some of those responses, I think they've just given a factual account on what actually happened. But then if you look at those facts as to how they were exposed, people would be disappointed. Mr. Paul Chen also talked about the company which he and his wife once owned, and also the incident on subdivided flats. He was giving the account like squeezing toothpaste. So had he not delayed coming forward to set out the facts, then I'm sure the incident would not have developed in such a manner that the public would have called him subdivided flat Paul. And if he had given a detailed account as he just did in this council, instead of just employing delaying tactic, then the whole situation would have been very different. That's about his political sensitivity. And all accountability officials would have to be accountable to their acts. And here allow me to quote some of the great sayings. Well, in 1974, on the 8th of August, Nixon stepped down, and because of the Watergate incident, and in stepping down, he also quoted what his predecessor, the 28th president, Mr. Roosevelt, said, well, if you're not perfect, then for people who might be leveling accusations against you, it doesn't really matter. The most important thing is for those who are actually in the battlefield, you might be tainted by dust and so on. But then even if there is a failure, it doesn't mean that you can't succeed, because the meaning of enthusiasm, if you're doing something meaningful, then of course if you succeed, then of course you can have the joy of success. But then even if you lose, then if you have already put in your most or best, if you're already done your level best, then when compared to those who have no idea as to what's meant by success or failure, then is most important. I think these are very important things, because you will have to know your place. You have to know when to admit failure. I think that's also the most important element of an accountability system. Today, we are actually moving towards a system whereby the public would have to have faith in you, and you will have to be recognized by the public. We also need to have officials who are trusted by the public, whether in terms of their competence and also integrity. And you will have to show this. And therefore, since the introduction of the accountability system, as you can see, the public's biggest response is that officials are not willing to take responsibilities for their misleads or mistakes. If all officials had been able to do that, so that when something happened, and if the public could not have trust in them, and if they still hang on to their jobs, then Hong Kong will not be able to move forward, and Hong Kong's constitutional system, including the accountability system, will not be able to move forward. Once again, I like to say that for the two officials, well, you have contributed significantly to your respective sectors, and that should be recognized. But then as an accountability official, I don't think I need to repeat what many members have already said on the incidents involving the two of you. You've been incompetent. You have not been able to win the minds of people, hearts and minds of people. And I think today's motion is meaningful because in fact, this council will be able to once again look at the accountability system, and we will also have to face up to a progressive governance system, and we will have to make a positive response to that. I so speak. Next, Mr. Leung-sing. If we just focus on one point without looking at the rest, is a strategy. We are trying to mislead people to look at the tree rather than the bush. And at first glance of this motion, immediately that brought me to this. This is a very familiar strategy that people might employ. Well, for both bureau directors, Mr. Chen and Mr. Ng, before they assumed office, as some colleagues have said, both are professionals. One is a professional accountant. The other is an expert on human resources. And other than the fact that they are both accomplished individuals in their respective sectors, and I think they are also proven to be very competent. And only after their success in their respective sectors, they have been invited to join the government to become accountability officials. I'm sure they have not done so because they would like to enjoy the high pay or remuneration, because just imagine, in their respective positions, in their original sectors, they are already very highly paid. And therefore, there is reason to believe that in joining the government, they're actually trying to serve the community. And basically, we can all be sure about this. And as professionals, their integrity would be subject to the respective code of practice and in their career, and that has been put to test because, as we know, we have many professional bodies, and they do impose very strict requirements on their members, and for a long while they are recognized as having been able to comply with all those requirements, and their respective professions have also imposed such requirements on them. And since assuming office, as the public would understand, well, within a matter of several months, then how can you just judge them on the basis of their performance during the past few months? And many of the tasks that they have undertaken were legacy of the former government. And for previous projects and old policies. Of course, that would take time for the new government to run in, and therefore we should give them chance and give them time so that they can run in. And yes, I do not see that they have made huge accomplishments within the short space of time, but at the same time, I do not see that they have committed serious mistakes, so much so that it warrants a vote of no confidence in them. And I'm sure majority of the public and also most members of this council would agree that we have to be lenient on people, and therefore, to be fair to the individuals, we will have to look at their overall performance instead of just pinpointing on some trivial items. It's like what Lu Xun said, all right, a venerable gentleman was responsible for that, and it will take more time after more challenges and more tests have been overcome, then we will be able to make a fair judgment on an individual. It's like what members have said, we will have to be fair and just, and therefore on that basis I'm afraid I cannot support the motion. These are my remarks.
Dr. M. Tai-fai. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ever since the new term of government coming to office, there has been a number of scandals. Some involves integrity issues. And for the series of scandals, they have caused great embarrassment to the government. The government is on the weak side, and the public is losing confidence in the government. In other words, there is a loss of mutual trust. Ever since this term of LegCo began, the administration has been having a standoff with the LegCo. I believe that this is the worst time as far as the relationship between LegCo and the administration is concerned. And on a number of issues, the administration had acted in such a manner that even the pro-establishment manner and milder members have got became agitated. For example, BSD is a very important measure. Today, during the oral question time, I gave him a suggestion. The secretary just acted like a human voice recorder. He just repeated the same answer over and over again. And how can we have any genuine cooperation if the administration cannot mend the relationship with the legislature? I can foresee that the things will not be smooth for the administration, and the government itself will be at stake. And who is going to suffer? Of course, the 7 million people in Hong Kong is going to suffer. Now, about this vote of no confidence in the two secretaries, well, in fact, I think that we can adopt two ways of thinking in handling this issue. One is pessimistic and passive. One is optimistic and active. Of course, if different way of thinking is adopted, a different result will appear. If you adopt a pessimistic and passive approach, if you think that members in this council is only nitpicking, that you're only being picked on, you can just play deaf to all our comments, or you can even close your eyes and hope that these several hours will pass very easily. You can also follow the example of Mr. Matthew Cheung. He pretends to be listening to our views on the OALA, and he pretends to be jotting notes, but he actually pays no heed to our views. And then you can go on doing whatever you want to do in the future, but of course you have to bear your own consequences. On the other hand, you can also adopt a positive an active way of thinking in looking at this motion. You can keep an open mind. You can humbly listen to our views and think carefully our comments. And if some members have really offered useful comments, then you may as well take those views on board and make improvements and turn criticisms into advice. Of course, harsh criticisms is difficult to bear, but if you think that these criticisms are useful, you can take on board these views. You can even admit your mistakes, because we need to reflect on our mistakes and rectify the mistakes in order to improve. Of course, courage is needed, because it takes courage for one to admit one's mistake and make improvements. However, you should put your ego aside in order to think in the interest of all. And this is also what I do. I'd like to share with you. Some members just now questioned whether the two secretaries have lied. Well, I don't know whether you have told lies. It's not for me to judge, but I'd like to share my view with you. As an official under the PA system, you must not lie. Because once you lied, you have to tell 99 more lies in order to cover up the first lie, and it is a huge price for you to pay in the future, and you might not be able to fool anyone towards the end of the day. So you better come clean and be frank in order to win the acceptance of members and the public. So no matter the circumstances, you should bear in mind that you should be honest and frank, because this is the best solution. Mr. President, I will listen to Mr. Wong Yuk-man's suggestion. I'm not going to vote today, because members have already offered their views. I hope that you have the wisdom to take them on board and make improvements and start afresh to serve the public. Let's not waste public money. Let's not waste the effort. You should be a competent official with integrity. Well, some member just now said that you should not rely on the Chief Secretary of Administration to come out and defend you. I hope that you can be competent official and act in the interest of Hong Kong, the people of Hong Kong. I so submit, Mr. President. Mr. Eleanor. Mr. President, according to the Hong Kong U Public Opinion Program survey results, among the 15 principal officials, only Mr. Eddington and Mr. Paul Chan's supporting rate resulted in a negative rating. For Mr. Eddington is minus 22. For Mr. Paul Chan is minus 27. So in other words, they are really the negative equity of the SAR government. Now, as for the vote of no confidence in the two secretaries, the public opinion is very clear. That's why the Civic Party will support Mr. Wong Yuk-man's motion of vote of no confidence in the two secretaries. There must be trust in these officials from the public. So I hope that the two secretaries could heed these views. At least your integrity should not be questioned by the public. You should not conduct yourself in such a way that the public will question whether you are trustworthy. If you're not even trustworthy, how can we entrust you to formulate major policies on education and development matters, as these decisions may have far-reaching implications. Mr. President, we can go back to the basic. In 2002, when the SAR government introduced a political accountability system, the paper was like this, I quote, accountable officials must be accountable to the chief executive for the policies under their remit, and they must bear full responsibilities. They may have to step down because of the serious mistakes, including serious political blunders or the serious errors in implementing public policies. They may also have to step down for serious personal misconduct. End of quote. If we look at the objective of the PA system, the objective is to enhance the accountability of these officials in matters under their remit, and to enhance cooperation between the executive and the legislature, and to ensure more effective implementation of policies, and to provide quality service to the public. Chapter 1 of the Code says the following. The officials under the PA system must at all times abide by the highest standard of their personal conduct. End of quote. Now, Mr. President, as far as the political accountability system is concerned, or the code for principal officials under the system, if this is applied as a test to Mr. Leung's cabinet, then not only Mr. Paul Chan or Mr. Eddie has to step down, Mr. Franklin Lam and even the chief executive, Mr. C.Y. Leung, should also lose their jobs. Because, Mr. President, like I said just now very clearly, there are stringent requirements on our principal officials. Coming back to the vote of no confidence motion moved by Mr. Wong Yuk-man today, it involved the two secretaries. Mr. Eddie Ng, Secretary for Education, after he assumed office in July, without making any announcement in advance, paid a visit to Beijing, to the Ministry of Education, and discussed the subject of national education with Mr. Yuan Gui-ren, the Education Minister. And when the parents took to the street to protest the brainwashing subject, Mr. Ng said that the silent majority was in support of this M&E subject. And when over 100,000 people gathered outside CGO in protest of the M&E subject, and when there was a hunger strike, Mr. Ng nevertheless continued to push through the subject. And he said that the criticisms were misleading and it was causing a public a panic. And every time, Mr. Ng relied on a chief secretary for administration in handling these matters. So for the several crimes I mentioned, they show that Mr. Ng has already contravened the stringent requirements on principal officials. They also show that Mr. Ng does not have the political wisdom to handle the situation. And when schools, students, and parents responded to the policy blunder, he has failed to heed their views. As for Mr. Paul Chan, as said by another member, He's now nicknamed subdivided flat secretary. And even till now, his explanations have remained vague. Facts are not clear. So under the principles of political accountability and in accordance with the code, and we should have a vote of no confidence in the two of them.
Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan. President, if you look at this term of the Council and the motion debates that we have had, I think this is the first one that is seeing the pro-establishment camp disappear. Is it that you like to treat it with silence because you don't want the two negative assets to have an impact on you? If that's the case, it shows that the two secretaries are really incompetent because the pro-establishment camp is not trying to defend you. And it seems they don't want to take the blame for defending you. As you know, Ms. N. Chang would always like to say we should give them the opportunity. We should not ask for heads to be rolled easily. And my question is, okay, if we should give you opportunities, who will give opportunities to Hong Kong people so that they will have a government with integrity? Who is going to give us that possibility? You enjoy over $200,000 a month in salary, but then you do such a messy job and you don't even have integrity, and yet you are occupying the positions. You don't want to step down and to take responsibility for your mistakes. So what meaning is there in this accountability system? We just don't understand it anymore. We have not seen any official taking a responsibility. Mr. Paul Chan and Mr. Eddie Ng, you are fraught with problems. Mr. Paul Chan's problem is a problem of integrity. Actually, this SAR administration is nearing a cliff. In the U.S., there is the fiscal cliff. In Hong Kong, we have this integrity cliff. People are queuing up, and they are approaching this cliff. Of course, Mr. Paul Chan's integrity problem would not give him the position of being nearest to the edge of the cliff, because that position is held by Mr. C.Y. Leung. To Mr. Paul Chan, he is only following the bad example of his boss. Mr. C.Y. Leung has the biggest problem of integrity. Mr. C.Y. Leung has not come clean on the issue of unauthorized building works, and he has not come clean on this question on his integrity. He has got this UBW in his residence, but then he openly told the public that when he bought the house, there was the trellis, but then it was exposed that an aerial photo of the house before he bought it did not include the trellis. It was built after he bought it. And then he hid behind the judicial process and he refused to give an account, and not even today. Yesterday, the court case was concluded, but he has not come forward today. So C.Y. Leung himself has this serious integrity problem. And then it's the turn of Mr. Paul Chan. Mr. Chan, you're responsible for a bureau which is tasked to supervise building safety in Hong Kong and whether there are UBWs. But then you yourself were discovered to have a similar problem. But of course, you said that after 1997, you were no longer a director, but only your wife was a director, and your wife did not heed the rental problems. And as you know, Mr. Paul Chan, you know that there is this BMW club, and this is the Blame My Wife Club. Maybe Donald Tsang should have been former chairman, and C.Y. Leung was the chairman, and you also blame it on your wife. However, how can you separate your wife's investment from your own investment? And in fact, in those years, you yourself were involved in the renting out of that subdivided flat. Now you are the secretary for subdivided flats. Once you have that nickname, Where goes your integrity? Well, you were trying to give an account just now, but it was a nebulous account that you painted. You just blamed it on your wife. And people just don't think that you can wash your hands of the fact that your family was involved in the operation of subdivided flats. And of course, you resorted to linguistic dishonesty. This is also the trick played by Mr. C.Y. Leung. You were trying to separate or distinguish between partitioned flats and subdivided flats. So how can people still trust you since you were involved in the operation of subdivided flats while you were tasked to also put an end to subdivided flats? I think the worst is that you are the Secretary for Development and yet you are involved in such dealings. You are now the Secretary for Subdivided Flats and you have a problem of integrity. When people have no confidence in you, you have no choice. Why don't you give the opportunity to Hong Kong people so that we have a government of integrity by stepping down so that there is at least some integrity for C.Y. Leung's government? Mr. Eddie Ng, when I knew you were involved in human resources. Frankly speaking, I never thought that you would become the Secretary for Education. And my conclusion is, allow me to be direct, that the C.Y. Leung government was just taking on board anybody who was willing. This is a problem of Hong Kong's political structure, and that is the CE is not backed by any political party, and he has no team to defend his political philosophy. He would just pose himself to have a political philosophy, and then he would just say in the election that he would be able to gather a team around him. But in the end, this team never showed that they backed the same political theory or philosophies, and you never were willing to face the public, including you, Mr. Eddie Ng, and all of a sudden, you were picked to be the Secretary for Education. And in the issue of MNE, you held a hidden or secret visit to Beijing, and then you hid behind Mrs. Carrie Lam, who was acting as a nanny. Of course, it's not a good thing to say that you have a nanny. So what do you have to do? You have nothing to do. You must step down. So the Labour Party supports the motion by Mr. Wong Yuk-man. Mr. Ma Fung-kwok. Mr. President, one big political change after reunification is that people have higher expectations of the administration, and the media has watched the administration more closely, and then there are more voices asking accountability officials to take up responsibility. The kitchen is becoming hotter. That's the fact. As principal officials, after being appointed, they have to take up the responsibility, no matter how hot the kitchen is. Unless there are big political blunders or unless there are integrity problems, they would have to take up the responsibility to serve Hong Kong. They would have to brace for themselves for the difficulties and respond to aspirations of the public, and then make policies and implement policies to improve people's livelihood. The motion mentions two secretaries. I don't know them personally. Mr. Eddie Ng was only known to me after he has taken up this job. Maybe you would agree that Mr. Paul Chan and Mr. Eddie Ng and their performance have fallen short of the expectation of the public, that there is, of course, room for improvement in their performance. But I cannot agree that within a short period of 4 months, even if they have underperformed, that these should be linked to personal integrity or major political blunders, so that there should be a vote of no confidence on them, or so that we have to ask that heads be rolled. First, let me talk about Paul Chan. Mr. Wong said that Mr. Chan has some problem with the rental issues. This was 10-odd years ago. It was a personal investment decision. He was an investor. He bought property, and he only handled his investment and proceeds according to what was acceptable at the time. And now we are judging him for what he did 10-odd years ago by the present-day standards applicable to accountability officials. I think that is unfair. And as for drink driving, I think that is not the right thing to say. Mr. Paul Chan's attitude towards drink driving, of course, should not be a good example for the public, but then he himself took up this initiative to contact the police, and he is cooperating with the investigation. And this has nothing to do with any political blunder. I think this is, again, a disproportionate penalty for the behavior he exhibited. As for Eddie Ng and his performance vis-a-vis MNE, first of all, I must say that I support MNE, that young students should be able to understand the country from different angles. But if there is no consensus, there shouldn't be a separate subject on MNE, because you gave people the impression that you were trying to bulldoze it through society. It's not wrong to implement MNE. What is wrong is that you did so without consensus in society. What is controversial is that right after he took up the post, when he was trying to implement a decision made by the previous term of government, there was such controversy, and there were large-scale organized opposition rallies. Mr. Ng responded to the aspirations of the protesters, and he adjusted the entire policy. After that, we still want to move a motion of no confidence on him. I think that is not logical. President, the kitchen is indeed hot. The debate today is also heated. The new term of government has not been imposed for 5 years, and the new term of council has only held 6 formal meetings. Yet we have already had 10 debates, 2 of which had to do with having no confidence in officials. I agree that the council should monitor the workings of the administration. However, I think moving a motion of no confidence is a solemn matter. Even in Western countries, the opposition party would not do this lightly. I would hope that, apart from monitoring the workings of the administration, even if members here have different views, we could become the honest opposition. Let us be rational and do something concrete, and let us work together to urge the administration and instruct the administration to deliver the election promises to improve people's livelihood. I object to the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. President. All right, in theory, trees are gray in color, but then in real life, trees are green. And shortly after assuming office, we now have the following mysteries, and I actually copied this from a website, and for the British League soccer team, and the answer is the individual in power, and the answer is that the ACR government is like a shit, like a pile of shit, and the other one is from another website, is a famous German brand car, of course, is BMW. Blame my wife, right? So all the officials who are now in trouble, including Franklin Lam, well, it involves the entire government. All right, please look at me. You big guys, please do not blame it on the women. Why don't you just take up your own responsibilities? Well, for this government is a pile of shit. So, have I got the Chinese characters right? I checked the dictionary deliberately. All right. All right. It's just like having some rotten fish here. And you might not be able to really smell it after a while, despite the fact that the bad smell is permeating everywhere. All right, just now somebody was speaking in their defense, saying that this is something that happened several weeks or several months ago. All right, between Bill Clinton and also Leung-sing. All right, what happened between them only took place for a short while in the White House. But then after a long while, it was still exposed. Had this council not been a council that is not functioning properly, you would have been investigated. All right, Bill Clinton was having this affair with a woman in the White House, and long afterwards they were investigated. And what about BBC? Is on the verge of collapse, and Chris Patten is now being accused as a man who would go down as a sinner in history. All right, the Director General has been asked to take a look as to whether or not they have abused their power in suppressing certain news from being exposed. But then, have you really done any self-reflection? All right, accountability officials are supposed to be people in power. They are actually the anointed officials under the chief executive. You're in charge of a policy bureau, and if you do not have public trust and credibility, then how can you do your job? It's not about the scale of your mistake. Have you heard the story about George Washington? All right, he was holding this axe, and of course he knew very well that in the end he would be axed by his father. That's because he stole an apple. And now we are actually holding this axe, asking you to be honest, and we are asking you, have you eaten the apple? Do you think that George Washington had been that honest, had his dad not held an axe in his hand? All right, we have been mandated by our voters, and we're supposed to monitor your performance. And if you do not have integrity, then you will have to be held accountable. Is that right, President? And the Chinese Communist Party also agrees that if you're serious about your job, then people you will have to have probity. You will have to have integrity, and that's what's required of you. So, Paul Chan, do you have integrity? Well, I have no qualms against you. I have no personal grudge against you. But then you are a minister. But then if you do not foot the bill, and if you just leave after the meal, then it's okay. But then originally you should have become the deputy secretary, and now because we have blocked your restructuring plan, that's why you have now become the secretary for development. And actually, this is one of the important policy bureaus that will have to deal with people's livelihood issues, and we have to resolve this housing problem so that everybody will be able to live in affordable housing. But then you have not done your job properly because you have colluded with your wife. And as a result, you have created this alibi, and you've actually said that the subdivided flat was actually a cubicle apartment. In fact, we have to put this to you 5 times, and only after putting questions to you 5 times that you managed to give a reply, and that was done at 11:59 p.m. And at the when you met with the school headmasters, all right, you should have been worried before everybody else was worried. But then instead of doing that, you're actually being corrupt before other people. And all right, you are corrupt when others are not. And then when it comes to admitting mistakes, you would always hide yourself behind others, and you're putting all your blame on your wife. Well, President, you would not have done the same because, when there was a scandal involving you, you did not blame your wife, right? You took up the responsibility yourself. When I scold you, when I criticize you, I'm doing so on behalf of women because you are so unworthy. All right, you're still putting up a very lame excuse and defense. And Chi-wai Leung said that it's substitute judice, and therefore he should not come forward and give a discount. Now everything is over. You should have given an account. Mr. Chung-kai, I speak in support of Raymond Wong's motion. He just accused us of not listening to him, but then he's not here now, and he's not respecting us either. As always, I think this motion will be negatived. President, I echo the appeal by Mr. Chung-kai. I would like to ring the bell to count quorum.
Mr.
Chung-kai. Thank you, President. Well, the last sentence of this motion says that In this connection, this council has no confidence in the Secretary for Development, Paul Chen, and the Secretary for Education, Eddie Ng. Just now, I was saying that I believe that this motion would be rejected by this council. But then does that mean that for those who are against this, you have confidence in the two bureau directors? As Mr. Leung Kwok-hung just said, we should have conducted the investigation before we express our vote of no confidence in the two bureau directors. But then since we have not been able to set up the select committee to investigate into the two bureau directors, we might as well pass this motion of no confidence. Some members have already commented on the confidence crisis involving the two bureau directors. So I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about the accountability system. Well, after the introduction of an election system to this council, accountability system is something that will have to follow. But then such a system will have to be reviewed from time to time, and I hope that the Chief Secretary for Administration or the acting Chief Secretary for Administration can tell us more as to how the accountability system can be reviewed, in particular, how the appointments were made. Well, a couple of days ago, there was a question concerning the integrity check on accountability officials before they assume office. And I also asked a supplementary question, that is before they assume office, with regard to irregularities or breaches of the law committed by them, would they be required to give an account on those? And of course, to be more stringent, we should have introduced a system of confirmation, under which, as we know, in the U.S., the president, in appointing principal officials, they would also have to attend hearings for confirmation. And during the past week or so, what is most shocking in the international news is, of course, the head of the CIA. He stepped down because he was involved in some scandals. And of course, John Allen, he's the head of Afghanistan's NATO troops, and he was nominated by Barack Obama to be the general commander of the NATO troops. And now he also is engulfed in scandals. And with such a confirmation system in place, that would drastically improve the situation, so that accountability officials will also be subject to the checks by this council, because they will be questioned or they will be subject to examination by this council, and that would also greatly increase their credibility and acceptability. And of course, that would also involve the prospective accountability officials. Would they be able to withstand such examination by the public? Because once this confirmation process is in place, then many of their past deeds would have been subject to public scrutiny. And with this system in place, I'm sure it will drastically improve not just the credibility of these officials and also their acceptability to the community. That would also greatly improve their relationship with the legislature. I think Hong Kong's accountability system is fraught with problems, because 10 years since the first introduction of the system, as Mr. Raymond Wong said, only one official stepped down after taking up his responsibility. For the others, despite their repeated mistakes, they would not be subject to this ultimate penalty. That is, they would have to bow out in taking up responsibility. And after all, the system has not been accepted by the public, because objectively speaking, this chief executive has not been elected by universal suffrage, and he's leading his team in serving the community, and his political manifesto or political platform has not been widely accepted by the community. And in Ch-tong's days, I've heard that for accountability officials, well, during the first or second meeting, they're actually exchanging business cards because they did not know one another. This is unthinkable, incredible. In a democratic system, everybody has been has gone through election, so they would have worked as a team from the beginning, and after they won the election, they would immediately roll out their political platform and plan. It would not have been like what we are doing in Hong Kong. After the chief executive has been elected, then he would try to form his team, and he would look at the individuals' track records to see if they are tough enough in battling through what they are required of. And I'd like to take the opportunity to review the system as a whole. Number one, the confirmation system. Can we introduce that? So the administration should seriously consider it. Second, in terms of the penalty system, well, when it comes to punishment, in your code of conduct, yes, you can admonish people and you can also reprimand people, but then obviously these are far from being able to satisfy the public's aspirations or demands. Under what circumstances should an official step down? I hope that in the reply by the Chief Secretary, he would also share with us his views. That is how the administration or the C.Y. Tong's government view this. Under what circumstances would they have to be held accountable or responsible? How can we improve the overall system? Thank you.
Mr. Abraham Chang.
If freedom of expression were measured solely in terms of severity of criticism against the government, then Hong Kong should be enjoying the highest level of freedom of expression in its 170 years history, both inside and outside this council. The government's incompetence in recent years could be one explanation. But more importantly, the advances in multimedia and the Internet have empowered the traditional mass media and its general public to magnify each minor matters and mistake of government officials into a mega-scale incident and communicate it territory-wide overnight. However, to determine whether these two officials deserve a vote of no confidence, we need to base our judgment on the facts, regardless of boisterous public opinion and populism. Let us call a spade a spade. Mr. President, I must declare my position. I have been working with Eddie Ng as a member of IPCC, and I found him to be a most sincere and a person of integrity. And here I am to defend him. Does the Secretary for Education deserve to be purged because of his handling of the recent national education issue? And should he take up the burden of the whole blame for the policy's failure? He is not the initiator of the policy. He was just an honest implementer of that policy. And that policy was the product of the previous Young administration, which undertook in 2011 policy address to introduce moral and education starting from 2013 to 14 academic year onwards. Even if the policy itself was half-baked, Secretary Ng should not be the scapegoat, as he only took office in June this year and played no part in formulating the policy, as I earlier said. What Secretary Ng did was to implement and defend the policy and curriculum guide that has already undergone public consultation between May and August 2011. And he is true a corporate man whose loyalty is steadfast. And this, we all know him to be a very good corporate person, and that is why he was appointed as Secretary for Education. It is neither fair nor reasonable to lambast him, Secretary Ng, for failing to act on his conscience. In fact, as Secretary of Education, he did his duty according to the acknowledged plans. From this perspective, Secretary Ng is beyond censure. Now that the curriculum guide on national education has been shelved, as majority of the parents and students wished, Should they give him credit for his role in shelving the subject, whether this was intentional or not? The result, really, of the shelving is obvious. The political storm subsided, and the problem solved. Mr. President, when it comes to Secretary Chen, Secretary for Development, the allegation against him, as many of my colleagues allege him to be, is a question of integrity, arising from the aged series of events of his family, which he dutifully carried through as a good husband. Principal officials need to accept the fact that they cannot separate their personal lives from their identity as an official. It may not be completely fair, but it is necessary. After all, principal officers in the top echelon of government receive a decent pay salary from the public coffers, and they also command a position of power and respect. Their every move has an impact on the government's authority and is under close surveillance by the public. With great power comes great responsibility. It is thus not a total order to require principal officers to have higher standards of morality, integrity, and political sense than that of the ordinary citizen. Obviously, Secretary Chen could have done better in responding to media questions about two incidents. If Chen has given all the relevant information in detail in one go, rather than hesitating as he had something to hide or tried to pass the buck to others, the storm could have quickly quelled. But when more inconsistencies were subsequently unveiled by the media, even Secretary Chen did not lie, and I know him as a person. He has no intention of lying. The impression was not good. And the public lost trust in him because of his ambivalence. Mr. President, both Mr. Ng and Chen are still green as principal officers, and both of them lack experience in political bomb disposal techniques. Ng deserves more sympathy because he has just performed his duty as a secretary. Casting a vote of no confidence in him because of his own bias or personal grudges against him would be unreasonable and irrational. As for Secretary Chen, to be condemned, we need to get all the evidence. Just not on gossips. This incident have cost both of them the trust of the public in his integrity, which will take him a long time to regain. This is already a harsh price to pay for a newly appointed official. With this, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ho. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I have to clarify the point raised by Mr. Ma Fung-kwok about integrity. Mr. Ma just now said that the drink driving incident of Mr. Paul Chen does not involve integrity. This is wrong. Integrity is about corruption-free and probity. It is also about appropriate conduct. Personal conduct must abide by the law. It must also abide by the core values. As a member of the SAR government, Mr. Chen should abide by the laws set down by the Hong Kong SAR government. And drink driving, therefore, has to do with his personal integrity. This motion, regarding the vote of no confidence, has to do with the two secretaries, Mr. Chen and Mr. Ng. Mr. Ng's problem has to do with his incompetence. Of course, I very much welcome the failure in introducing the M&E subject, but having heard all the objections, since you had not reported back to the chief executive and reconsidered the issue, there was great wide public repercussions and objections, and the whole thing just blew up. The other issue is about school closures. In the past, we have seen that because of the closure of primary schools, it had caused problems, for example, in relation to succession gaps in primary teachers. And of course, the secretary is a newcomer, and there could be many civil servants behind him in actual operation. But as Secretary for Education, you must be able to have control over the civil servants and not to let them in any way manipulate with the policies. And otherwise, if you fail to do that, you will see more than just 400 school principals coming out. This is something for Secretary for Education to do. We also hope that next time you won't need to resort to Mrs. Carrie Lam for help. Mr. Paul Chan's problem is one with integrity. Basically, before he assumed office as secretary, there were some arrangements regarding property transactions, and he was being inconsistent when he explained about the incidents. Unfortunately, for C.Y. Leung's team, including himself, they do not have probity or integrity. Well, there are difficulties. First of all, because he could not get people to join his team. But why is it that people with reputation and ability do not want to join his team? Well, like Mr. Paul Chan, before he became secretary, he had the property arrangements. It was before his assumption in office, but he failed to give a very clear explanation, and it affected his public's trust in him. And if the ones in the upper echelon do not set a good example, the subordinates will follow suit. So Mr. C.Y. Leung should come out and give an account of his of the UBWs in his home, or he will not be able to set a good example, and the subordinates will not act in contravention of his act. So some may say that you should allow time for this new term of government to engage themselves in real work first. But is it that we're not allowing time for them to do work? Well, we see examples in other countries like President Bill Clinton. Well, he was able to escape the vote of no confidence. But for our officials, well, C.Y. Leung says that housing issues should be addressed first, but on numerous occasions, our secretary actually profited from the leasing arrangements. And if there is this history, it would affect the implementation of policies. So you should resolve the integrity issue first, or we will question whether you're really determined to resolve the housing needs of the grassroots. Integrity is very important for government officials. Otherwise, you will face a lot of difficulties when you want to implement policies, just like the NENT development. If Mrs. Carrie Lam were in charge, she would at most be accused of disregarding public opinion. But for Mr. Chan, he is being accused of conflict of interest. Plato, Plato made an allegory using a magic ring or magician. Well, and here, if there is a lack of transparency in government policies, the public will question whether government officials can engage themselves in transfer of benefits in order to have gain for themselves. Well, whether you are a chief executive elected by with just 700 votes or a electoral member with hundreds of thousands of votes, people will question you. If you're not corrupt-free, it will be difficult for you to implement any policy at all in the future. Mr. Chan Kin-po.
Earlier on, a motion was moved to ask Eddie Ng to step down, and now there is another member moving a motion of no confidence on the Secretary for Development and the Secretary for Education. Frankly speaking, this motion is very unfair to people involved. As I said, this is a highly politicized society, and you will not enjoy any praise being a principal official. Even if you are competent, you must be very courageous and show a lot of commitment before you can be a principal official. So I think there must be concrete evidence before you ask the secretaries to step down, or else it is very irresponsible. Today, Mr. Paul Chan is tasked with the subdivided flat issue, and Mr. Chan has already given a full account just now. I'd just like to say, if we apply the present-day subdivided flat standard to the partitioned flats 10 odd years ago, I think it's unfair and it's not rational. And then some people said that Mr. Paul Chan blamed it on his wife, but I'd like to ask you, members, how many of you dare ask your wife how much money she is keeping in private and how much investment she has made in private? Even if you do, how many of you can or dare interfere with the investment behavior of your wife? In fact, many couples in Hong Kong are quite independent in terms of their finances and investment, and adults are independent people, and very often couples do not know what each other is doing in terms of investment. And if you say Mr. Paul Chan is blaming on his wife, I don't think it's fair. And also, the timing is not right. He wouldn't have prepared for becoming a secretary in 2012 by blaming on his wife 10 odd years ago. And I worked very closely with Mr. Paul Chan in the 4 years when he was a legislator. I'm very clear about his character and his competence. He is a real Chiu-chow person. He is very stubborn and very able, and he always gets at the honest facts. He is a very competent person. Now he will be responsible for planning for housing and land, and within a very short while he has already come to grips with land planning. And he has also taken part in the measures in stabilizing the property market. I think he has done such a great job. He is shown to be a competent principal official. He is a very experienced accountant. He has a good social network, and he has also been a legislator. And given his competence, I'm sure he's already sacrificing himself being a principal official. If he has to be blamed and criticized, I think it's so unfair. As for Mr. Eddie Ng, as I said in the previous motion, in dealing with the M&E issue, in terms of politics and also public relations, Mr. Eddie Chan has fallen short of expectation. But if we want to vote to have no confidence in him or ask him to step down, I think it's too harsh, because the M&E issue has been decided by the last term of government. He's the present-day official, but he should not be asked to take the whole responsibility. Recently, there are comments saying that in Hong Kong society, people are getting personal. If that's the case, come one day, if a bird should fly by the office of the chief executive, he may be shot at. That's all I like to say. Thank you. Mr. James Teen. President, as we all know, to people involved in politics, integrity is all that matters. Especially for C.Y. Leung and the principal officials in the administration. If people do not have enough confidence in them, the administration will have a hard time rolling out its policies. After assuming office, the leading team has been questioned about integrity time after time. C.Y. Leung is suspected to have UBWs, and then Mr. Paul Chan has a similar problem, and then the Secretary for Education has been questioned about his ability to tackle policies. But then together with the Liberal Party members, I think the two secretaries have different problems and the extent to which they are problematic are different, and therefore they should be dealt with separately. As for Mr. Paul Chan's subdivided flats, I would like to give an account of the issue, and then I will tell you what we decide to do. It started on the 31st of July. At that time, it was discovered by the media that Mr. Paul Chan actually altered the units under him into a subdivided flat, and it was rented out for profit, and it was against the BO. And then on the 1st of August, the media discovered that, or revealed that the Harvest Charm Company, held by Mr. Chan and his wife, held 2 units in Tai Kok Tsui and Shanghai Street, that they were rented out as subdivided flats. And then on that night, Mr. Chan issued a statement to say that that company belonged to his wife and her relatives, and yet Mr. Chan's wife was not a major director, and that her husband did not know anything about the rental matters of the units. And on the 3rd of August, Mr. Chan responded personally for the first time. He said that the two of them, the couple, did not know that the units had been altered as subdivided flats. And then Mr. Chan's wife also issued a statement to say that she did not hold a holding share in the company, so she did not know of that. And then it was revealed by the media later that in 1994, when the Tai Kok Tsui unit was bought, there was also a tenancy attached to it. And then in 2010, when the Tai Kok Tsui flat was sold as a subdivided flat, that agreement was signed by Mrs. Chan. And also Harvest Charm bought 10 units in tenement buildings. At least 3 had a tenancy with subdivided flats. And of course, not all were undertaken when Mr. Chan was a director of Harvest Charm. And on the 5th of August, I don't know for what reason, Mr. Chan issued a statement near midnight saying that during his directorship, he knew that when the units in Tai Kok Tsui and Shanghai Street were bought, he said that there were subdivided situations, and then he said that when he said earlier he did not have knowledge, he was referring to the present situation of the units. And then on the 10th of August, Mr. Chan finally appeared again to insist that he had told the truth. And he also said that when the company bought the Tai Kok Tsui flat, the subletting was about a partitioned flat, not a subdivided flat. So that the present situation of a subdivided flat was not known to him, but then he did not go further in telling more. And then on the 21st of August, the BD confirmed that the units in Shanghai Street and Tai Kok Tsui were altered illegally, and the BD gave the owner 60 days to rectify the situation. According to the clearance order, the units should have been reinstated before the 17th of October. However, Mrs. Chan only sold the units, and then she did not do anything about it. And then the clearance order it expired without the units being rectified. And then the incident just tapered off, and there were no more accounts coming about these incidents. We think that is not right. Together with Ms. Miriam Lau, when we campaigned for Let's seats, we already registered our stance. We believe that there is a problem, and the Liberal Party has not changed its stance. On the contrary, with regard to Mr. Eddie Ng, we have a different view. As I said on the 17th of October during a motion debate, even though Eddie Ng showed some inadequacy in dealing with MNE, however, this incident started in the last term, and Mr. Eddie Ng only took over when he assumed office. So we should not put the whole responsibility on Mr. Eddie Ng. On the 8th of August, the administration announced that the curriculum guide would be shelved, and the incident came to a halt, and parents and teachers were reassured. And with regard to the class-sized issue of secondary schools, Mr. Ng has already learned from experience, and he has taken the initiative to communicate with the education sector in order to try to forge a consensus early. Last but not least, Mr. Raymond Wong's motion includes 2 secretaries, but the Liberal Party is of the view that the main issue has to do with Mr. Paul Chan, so we will support the motion. Thank you.
Kwok-him.
Mr. Kwok-him, President, in rolling out MNE that has sparked an outcry, And recently was the announcement by the Education Bureau that the curriculum guide on M&E would be shelved and schools would be given the autonomy to decide on how it's going to teach national education. The sentiments have calmed down somewhat, and recently we have already had some discussions on the related subjects. We have also rejected a motion to ask the Secretary for Education to step down. I think we have already put an end to the incident, and now we have this motion again to cast a vote of no confidence on the Secretary. I think this is just a tactic employed by the opposition to smear the Bureau directors. The DAB would not support that. With regard to the M&E controversy, yes, indeed, some students and parents might have some misunderstanding and some anxiety, but then to put all the blame on the Secretary for Education, Mr. Eddie Ng, claiming that he was just following the established procedures of the former government in rolling out the policy, and as a result, he should be held wholly accountable or liable for that. I think that has ignore the fact that for others who have been involved in the process, they should also be held responsible for that. And for those who have adopted a high profile and who have asked for national education be taught in the students, and then they renege what they said, and then they said that they would not be in support of that, and they supported those who are against it. And as a result of such moves, that has divided the community. But then who's the culprit behind all these? Well, let's set that aside. Now, coming back to what we are now facing, that is in a community, there have been a lot of queries and a lot of discussion on the subject of M&E, and the Secretary for Education has already done his job. He has attended press conferences and also seminars and so on. He already tried to clarify the misunderstanding. He has also repeatedly explained why we need to have national education and also the decision-making process. And Mr. Eddie Ng has also accepted the Committee on Initiating M&E, that is the curriculum guide should be shelved, and that has served to allay the concerns of parents and students, and it would now be up to the schools to decide if and when they would like to roll out national education, and therefore education should be back on its normal track, and it should focus on education instead of anything else. And so Mr. Eddie Ng has already discharged his duty. He has already resolved the controversy. He has already taken up his responsibility by dealing with the matter appropriately, and therefore it's not appropriate to ask him to step down. And today, again, we are not going to support this motion on a vote of no confidence on Mr. Eddie Ng. As regards Mr. Paul Chen, Secretary for Education, and the incident involving Harvest Charm in operating subdivided flats and so on, Mr. Paul Chen has already explained the situation just now. He has actually given a more detailed account. He also pointed out that while he was a director of Harvest Charm Development Limited, it was 15 years ago. He also pointed out that it was his spouse who was operating the company. He has already promised that he would not be involved in any property market transactions, and this move or this pledge would help him in discharging his duties within the Bureau when it comes to land matters and land policies, because that would avoid a conflict of interest. So with regard to these statements, well, in a community, some would choose to believe him, and others would choose to continue to not believe him. Well, we should leave it to the public. But then, Mr. Chen has already promised that he will do his job during his term of office in order to salvage some of the mistrust that has been harbored against him by the public. With regard to the suspected drink driving, the DAB must clearly point out that, well, for any drink driving behavior, it's not acceptable to the DAB. But then, before we file any allegation against anybody, we will have to point to the facts. We will have to look at the facts, including the blood alcoholic content of Mr. Paul Chen after consuming alcohol has exceeded the statutory limit. If we just rely on certain video clips and pictures, and if we just pass a vote of no confidence on Mr. Chen on that basis, then we would be prejudging him. And that would also be an interference with the investigation being undertaken by the police right now. And as Mr. Paul Chen has also publicly said, he already took the initiative to approach the traffic wing of the police. He already made it clear that he would cooperate with any investigation that would follow. And therefore, concerning this motion, the DAB would not support it. In other words, we would not support any motion on a vote of no confidence in the two bureau directors. We have also noticed that many members from the opposition camp have spoken, and I couldn't see any new and forceful evidence against them. In fact, we just heard some unfounded hearsay arguments. So on that basis, should we support such an important motion so that there would be this vote of no confidence in the officials? I think members will have to give it more thoughts. Thank you. Dr. Kenneth Chen. Thank you, President. Do you trust him or do you not trust him? Do you defend him or do you not defend him? Apparently, in this council, members can have their own strong views. Well, just now, some members have actually referred to the place of origin of the officials. Well, is it that, well, because I'm not a Chiu Chow, would people say that I'm not sincere enough, I'm not hardworking enough, or do I have to claim to be a Chiu Chowese? It's like some members who call themselves Fukienists in order to show that they actually have the right background to be members. Well, it's like what we saw from the opinion poll or the Gallup poll. Well, with regard to the background and the experience of the two officials in question, well, I do not have any first-hand experience. I cannot claim to be a witness of their credibility or personality. So I would just be like any outsider. I would be watching what you do and what you said, and your ability in handling crisis. Are you competent enough? And I'm sure the public are very observant, and they are of the view that the two of you amongst the senior officials in the government, your popularity rating is in the negative, and therefore you are the negative asset of the current government, and your integrity is subject to a lot of queries and suspicion. We might have been rather emotional in discussing you, but then when it comes to your performance and your efficiency, I do not have much qualms about that. But then you are accountability officials, and your duties and also the public power in your hands. You're actually able to use public funds, and you can also debate with us on public policies. So you're not just home servants. You're no longer fans of Mr. C.Y. Leung, and you cannot just privatize public power and private funds and private resources. You can't just be the domestic servants of a particular individual. Well, some friends in the academic sector have reminded me that you must not just see the tree without the bush. And therefore, I'd like to take the opportunity to talk to you more about the system itself rather than the individuals. If you look at the accountability system, which has been in place, are there rooms or areas for improvement? Should we have introduced mechanisms so that for the aspiring people who would like to serve the community, they should have a chance to come to this council to take questions? Should there be a better system in place so that we can actually put questions to them and even reprimand them? Well, with regard to the accountability system, I think it has done more harm than good to the community. Well, to the public, we would of course like to see officials who are whiter than white and who are very competent in these senior positions. But then time and again, we have been disappointed. Is that the problem of the individuals or is that the problem of the system? I think in both ends, we will have to work a lot harder. I don't want the public to think that, well, in developing democracy, when we are faced with such a government, such a top team, we would be frustrated and we would be downhearted. Well, today we have this very passive debate. It's a waste of time. It's really regrettable. What we are trying to establish is a democratic system, and what we are trying to do is to enable Hong Kong people to rule Hong Kong. And therefore, many members might have forgotten, well, the former Chief Justice, Mr. Andrew Lee, conducted a very good study with regard to the former Chief Executive and his suspected acceptance of advantage. That's to prevent any potential conflict of interest, and that's an independent committee, and he came up with many recommendations, and I hope that the acting Chief Secretary and other colleagues can also comment on that. For example, recommendation 2 is that the Chief Executive, in considering and in appointing senior officials, there might be potential conflict of interest, and he should have adopted certain guidelines. And also it's recommended that if certain officials who have to take themselves out of the decision-making process because of a potential conflict of interest, they should review that, and they should also disclose the nature of such conflicts. And it's also recommended that if officials have not done their job properly, then there should be a penalty system, including suspension from office, reprimand, and so on and so forth. And that would be done by the Chief Executive. And all these should be incorporated into the current system. And of course, that would also include interests involving their family members or potential conflict of interest. And actually, there are 36 recommendations altogether. And when I read, well, in June, before the end of the last term, the administration also submitted a paper on follow-up actions taken. Well, they just repeated the same old tune. They said that, the report has been submitted to the new CE office, and of course, that was in June, and therefore the incumbent CE has not been sworn in. But then, what progress has been made since then? President, the institution is more important than the individuals. A good system, even if there are bad people in place, would be able to salvage the public, and a good system would also be able to safeguard our interests. But then if the system is fraught with problems, and if the individuals are incompetent, then of course it will be the public who will suffer. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak, Ms. Emily Lau? Mr. President, I speak to support Mr. Wong Yuk-man's motion. Some members always say that this legislative council is useless. If the LegCo can pass a vote of no confidence, or even if this vote of no confidence is not yet passed, if it's known that enough votes have been secured to pass this motion, the secretary would step down. I don't know whether Chi-wai's government would do the same, but back then there was a vote of no confidence in the former Secretary for Justice, Ms. Leung, and I don't And at that time, there were enough votes. And there was much tension in the chamber back then. And in the past, the vote of, in the end, the vote of no confidence was not carried. And Mr. Cooley actually went out in tears. So he was under great pressure. A few years later, there was another motion on the vote of no confidence on the shot pile incident. In the chairman of the Housing Authority, Miss Rosanna Wong. And before the vote of no confidence was passed, she resigned. So the government understands that this is a powerful weapon, but it should be used very carefully. Mr. President, you have presided over so many debates. And Mr. President, you also understand that there are strong arguments. And that's why the Liberal Party is also supporting this motion. And I hope that other members, whether or not they have spoken or not, would support this motion, because we have to send a message to this C.Y. Leung's cabinet. Because, Mr. President, the public do not trust the government in all aspects. I cannot give a litany of them. Whether or not members are from the pan-democratic camp or not, they have aired their dissatisfaction. I hope that the executive would understand the dissatisfaction among the public and do something about it. You should not just sit here and do nothing, like Mr. Leung-sing, a member from the pro-establishment, said that everything would be fine because actually they are doing nothing but harm to your governance. Well, like Mr. Ronnie Tong and Mr. Leung Yiu-chung have said, when Mr. Paul Chan was a councillor, he deserved respect. He worked very hard, and his speech was backed by strong arguments. However, after he assumed office as secretary, he was so disappointing. He released a press release in the middle of the night. Mr. President, this gives people an impression that he did not want any media coverage. Well, he said that there was difficulty in gathering information. Well, if there was this difficulty, he could at least call for a press conference the next morning. I've never seen the government officials since they assumed office for this term sitting down for a proper press conference. Or a timetable could be submitted to this council, giving a clear account of events in the chronological order. And this is also my suggestion for C.Y. Leung. Just like when Mr. Anthony Leung got involved in the purchase of a car back then, I also suggested if he could provide us with a chronology of events, then everything could be revealed. So why isn't Mr. Paul Chan doing that? It's because he's trying to conceal something. He just meets with the media and make a few remarks before he leaves. So if there is nothing to hide, he could hold a proper press conference and answer all questions from media. As for Mr. Eddie Ng, Mr. President, as said by everyone, why did he have to hide behind Mrs. Carrie Lam, the Chief Secretary? Maybe we could do away with the Secretary for Education. Well, they together held a meeting, and after the meeting, the participants said the school principal said that he did not say anything. He just hid himself behind the chief secretary. So the chief secretary is taking care of all the secretaries now. Have our government deteriorated to such a state? Our people aspire for a good government. They look for good governance. If you're so incompetent, how can you blame the electoral and the public for having all the dissatisfaction and mistrust in you? Mr. President, I really hope that the administration would reflect deeply on themselves. And like Mr. Chi-wai Leung once said, he would implement the lot of recommendations proposed in the IRC led by Mr. Andrew Lee. So how can, but there, nothing has been implemented. How can you ask the electoral and the public to trust you? Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Paul Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is not the first or the only motion of this sort during this term. The reason is that the public has this impression that the Chi-wai Leung's cabinet comprises too many Leung supporters or Leung fans. And I'm not going to pass a judgment on the deeds of our two secretaries because we do not yet have objective evidence. So I'm not speaking on the subject of the incidents that the secretaries got involved and pass judgment on whether we should trust them or not. What I'm going to say is that we should ask what standards should be adopted for our principal officials under the political accountability system and what sanctions should be in place and whether they should resign or be asked to step down. There should be objective standards as far as the criminal justice system is concerned in terms of prosecution and sentencing, so on and so forth. But as far as our political system is concerned, we have not made any progress at all. Article 46 of the Basic Law talks about, I'm sorry, it should be Article 48, talks about directors of bureaus. But actually, they're not talking about the politically accountable officials that we're having now. I've also asked people who were members of the Basic Law Committee. There had never been any discussion in this regard. And that's why the PA system is giving the public this impression that the government would only ask cronies to join the government. So the most important thing is that from these incidents, we see that the public is very dissatisfied with the political accountability system and Mr. Chi-wai Leung's government. Mr. Ng is an expert on human resources, but he has become Secretary for Education. And Mr. Paul Chan, he used to be an accountant, but now he is Secretary for Development. How can they command trust in civil servants who have worked very hard to try to get the post? There are suggestions that civil servants to all the work, or that they manipulate things from behind, and that directors of bureaus are just nothing but packaging. And when the major incident occurs, they encounter blunders. So, like I said, this will not be the first motion of this kind, because in the coming 4 years we will see more such motions. So unless our secretaries can very swiftly acquire themselves with the professional knowledge, but I'm worried that they won't be competent enough, and that very easily they will need to seek help from the so-called nanny. And therefore, in relation to this motion, in terms of the severity of the deeds of the two secretaries, I don't think they amount to a vote of no confidence. But what is revealed is the standards adopted by the C.Y. Leung's government, and the mismatch in terms of the officials' expertise and their remit. These may constitute a vote of no confidence. In particular, if we look at the low popularity ratings that they are having, Mr. President, I hope that this is a good opportunity for the two secretaries to reflect on themselves, and for the whole government to think about what is going on. Dr. Kenneth Chan talked about the report released by the IRC led by Mr. Andrew Lee and the recommendations. So in terms of selection of appointees and on a mechanism for a handling of incidents and sanctions, there should be an objective mechanism. Otherwise, we will see more of this coming. In other places, be it Prime Minister or President, they have the right to form their own cabinets. This is not a decision to be made by an individual. There should be party constraints, whether or not you're a Leung supporter or not. But Hong Kong do not have this mechanism. So this inevitably will happen. And if we don't want to see this go on, we should act as soon as possible. That means to set up a mechanism under which we can select or appoint officials with an objective standard. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Albert Cham. President, talking about Chinese classics and philosophy, it should be Mr. Wong Yuk-man, but let me try to teach grandmother to suck eggs. Many members have cited this Confucian statement that if a government does not enjoy the trust of the public, it has no standing. I think officials should read more such Chinese classics. And I dug up the origin of this statement. It was a disciple of Confucius called Zigong, who was asking questions about the governance of a country. At that time, what Confucius said was, to govern a country well, there should be enough food, enough supply for the army, and also confidence enjoyed by the people. And then Zigong asked Confucius, if you should take out one from these three, which one can you let go? And Confucius said, supply for the army. And then Zigong asked again, if you still have to take out one from the remaining two, then which one can go? And Confucius said, people will always die after their life journey, but without the people's confidence, the government has no standing. So what Confucius said was that people will have to die once in a lifetime, so food is not essential. However, if the people have no faith in their rulers, there is no standing for the state. In other words, there must be trust in the government for it to continue. The question is, the two secretaries are asked to step down. They are negative assets for the administration. The net approval rate is double-digit negatives, -22 and -27. There was this discussion on governance philosophy 2,000 years ago, and Confucius had already said, if the people have no faith in their rulers, there is no standing for the state. The CY Leung team is a team of liars. And some of the bureau directors in this team of liars enjoy no public confidence whatsoever. Therefore, we have seen this most serious risk never seen before. This is not about a person's reputation, but it has to do with the interest of the Hong Kong society of 7 million people, and also whether one country, two systems can really be implemented and realized. This is already built on soft sand. There are so many problems. The Beijing Liaison Office is manipulating Hong Kong's economy and elections, and there are pro-China people threatening academics. The political atmosphere is already very confusing, and you are not standing on solid ground. Now that things are so volatile, there are still these disobedient officials. They are like dogs in a manger, and there is this huge governance problem. If you do not deal with these problems right now, Hong Kong may collapse totally. And you therefore have let Hong Kong people down, and I believe many pro-China people will also say that you have let down the central authorities. You have let down Mr. Deng Xiaoping. Of course, in my view, Mr. Deng Xiaoping has let down the Chinese people, and whatever good work he has done, the June 4th crackdown is his crime, and he will not be forgiven for that. In order to tackle this governance crisis in Hong Kong, don't view it as kind of criticism from the pan-democratic camp, and especially the radicals like me and Mr. Raymond Wong. But you have to be mindful of stable governance for Hong Kong. We would like Hong Kong people to still have confidence in Hong Kong's development. And to do this, to achieve this, there must be major overhaul of the governance team. The structure should be overhauled. The bureau directors should be replaced. This should be something very normal. In other countries, if there is a governance problem, if the people question the governance team, if there is a confidence crisis, very often officials are replaced so that the public's confidence is salvaged. Look at our mother country. This is what they do. Years ago, there was a railway incident, and the Minister for Transportation left office apologizing to the people. But of course, in the end, he was brought back and given a promotion. However, personnel replacement is part of political art. The simple and direct way to deal with the present crisis is for Mr. Eddie Ng and Mr. Paul Chan to voluntarily leave their posts. I think that's the best way to deal with the problem. If you continue to hold your posts, then every time you appear in the press, people would find the administration more obnoxious. Every time you appear on camera, people would just hate the administration more. As long as you stay in your posts, you're just creating more trouble for this administration. The motion will definitely not be carried, since functional constituencies and the pro-establishment camp would veto it. However, this is the beginning of a worse crisis to be faced by the administration. Step down, secretaries. Mr. Albert Chan, you have finished. Please sit down. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, Secretary for Development, you can speak again. Mr. President, members, I'd like to thank Mr. Raymond Wong for moving the motion and for 22 members who have spoken on the motion. Earlier on, when I spoke for the first time today, I had already given the gist of all the facts about the incidents mentioned in the motion relating to myself. I will try not to repeat myself. However, after I have spoken, members have again repeatedly queried me, and I cannot avoid repeating the answers. I may be speaking to a wall, no matter how much I like to be clear and direct. If you still refuse to listen, I can do nothing about it. Mr. Leung Yiu-chung questioned the relationship between Harvest Charm and Richfield. Let me quote from the statement made by my wife on the 1st of August. She said, Harvest Charm only sold the units to a realty company. There is no relationship of cooperation with that realty company. Mr. Raymond Chan talked about tax avoidance, and he questioned whether there was such a case. Let me quote from the same statement. Harvest Charm received the property price and the removal fee. Those were recorded in the statement of accounts of the company and was the subject of tax reporting to the administration. There is no act of tax avoidance or tax evasion. Mr. James Teen questioned or queried that after selling her shares in Harvest Charm, does it mean that my wife could wash her hands of the UBWs in the units and so things were not really dealt with? That is not what the fact is. On the 3rd of August, my wife already said in a statement that as a former director, she had to take up part of the responsibility, and that is why at that time she already took up rectification work. Knowing that I will be here to speak on the motion today at the Legislative Council, my wife also sought information from the Harvest Charm recently, and she got this reply. The Tai Kok Tsui property, Harvest Charm has already commissioned authorized persons to submit a plan to demolish the balcony to the buildings department, which is now assessing and vetting the demolition proposal. After that plan is approved, works will start. As for the Shanghai Street property, since at the beginning, some tenants were unwilling to move out, there was delay in resuming the property. After Harvest Charm took back the property, authorized persons have been commissioned to tackle UBWs and refurbishing work. Therefore, it is not that we just left the unit there and did nothing. Mr. President, I have been in this council for 4 years, and I know very clearly that shouting does not mean that reason is on your side. Rather, it is the contrary. So with regard to vexatious and shouting people who have lashed out at me, I would not respond to those criticism. As I said at the beginning, we should be availing ourselves to objective facts. If we only look at speculative reporting or biased reporting and then question people's integrity, I think it is inappropriate and I think it's irresponsible. Mr. Kenneth Leung asked me about the 2 overseas companies that hold or control Harvest Charm. Do I hold any shares in them or do I get dividends through a trust? I can say categorically, no. If there are still these accusations or allegations, please provide the evidence. Mr. President, as for drink driving, I heard Mrs. Regina Ip quote from her friend who was also there at the restaurant, and her friend said that I did not drink much. Now, I have only heard this for the first time today, but I would just repeat that I'm confident I can comply with the law and I did not commit drink driving. I had already initialed contact with the police that I would cooperate fully with the investigation. Mr. President, driving after drinking and drink driving are 2 different matters. They should not be confused. After the incident, I also did some soul searching. I agree. If you drink, don't drive. If you need to drive, don't drink. I will stay on the alert. Last but not least, I'd like to say something about my feelings after assuming the post of Secretary for Development. In the past decade or so, I gradually left business and I devoted more time to serving society. Apart from my business at the accounting firm, my wife would have taken up the responsibility to manage our assets. And after I became a legislator, I merged my accounting firm with another accounting firm so that I could spare more time and energy to commit myself to public service. I would now devote the rest of my life to committing or to serving society. The Secretary for Development is tasked for land supply, water supply, and UBWs, etc., which are very close to the heart of the public and which are very closely related to people's livelihood. I have always reminded myself that I should be clean and corruption-free and that I should be humble in listening to the public to do my job well. In the past few months, I can feel deeply that principal officials of the administration must be accepting to the monitoring by the public and the media, whether in our public or private life. I accept such monitoring and supervision, and I would be humble in listening to criticism on me, and I would stay vigilant in my dealings with people. I hope the public and the council would pay more attention to our policies and respond and advise on the policies. To the Development Bureau and the work of the administration as a whole, this is of most importance. It is only through our interaction that we can improve on policies to make them more comprehensive and wholesome. In the days to come, together with my staff in the Bureau and departments under the Bureau, will work with one heart and one mind in order to help build a better Hong Kong. Thank you, President.
教育局局長。
Secretary for Education. President, first of all, I sincerely thank members for their views just now. Here, I'd like to respond to the comments briefly. Some members felt that by bulldozing the MNE curriculum guide, it sparked an outcry in a community. I'm afraid I cannot agree to that view. In dealing with the incident, both the administration and myself were trying to respond in a timely manner and in an appropriate manner to the comments made in the community. As I already set out the facts at the start of this debate, and I'd like to supplement on my remarks. Well, since assuming office in July, I understood that some quarters of the community had some concerns and anxieties about the M&E subject. That's why both myself and my colleagues have been working very hard to talk to the school sponsoring bodies, school headmasters, parents and students, and also other stakeholders. We maintain a close dialogue and we held meetings with them. And together with the government team, we worked closely in order to implement and also to respond to those comments. And with regard to the China model, that was published earlier this year. There were concerns in the community, and also there was also some panicky reaction in the community towards that curriculum guide. And I already pointed out that the curriculum guide was biased, and I already said that the curriculum guide had nothing to do with the subject's curriculum guide itself, and therefore the two should not be confused. And subsequently, on the webpage of the Education Bureau, I published 3 articles clarifying certain areas. I also made it clear that we attach importance to universal values, and it's not just about the bright side or positive side. We would not try to avoid the sensitive issues, and we had no intention whatsoever to brainwash the students, and we are not trying to instill certain values in the students, and there would also not be any public examination, and it would not affect the placement of students in order to allay some of the concerns and correct some of the misunderstandings in the community. And in the process, both myself and my colleagues in the Bureau have been resorting to different channels in the community to explain the policy and also latest developments on M&E. We also gave interviews on TV and radios. People said that I was hiding behind something, but then during that period of time, if you look at my appearance in the mass media, I was one of the highest amongst the different officials. I've also met with the stakeholders, including the parent concern group on M&E, and also all the 18 district parent-teacher association, and also parent-teacher cooperation committee, and also different school sponsoring bodies and student groups. In particular, on student groups, because I remember between the 1st and the 15th of July, during that fortnight, I met with a particularly positive or a particularly active group. There were 5 encounters, and there was also a public discussion on the radio. And then on the 28th of July, I also met with 2 groups of parents. And then on the 18th of September, we attended a special seminar for secondary and primary schools, and over 200 groups were there. So all throughout, all we were trying to do was to bring out this message. That is, we would like to understand promptly their sentiments, and we would like to make prompt response to their concerns, and we had no intention whatsoever to bulldoze things through the society. With regard to the strong concerns and anxieties expressed towards the curriculum, on the 29th of July, we already announced that we will be setting up a committee on initiating the M&E. And then on the 8th of September, the Chief Executive announced himself the revision to the policy on M&E, and right away, both myself and my colleagues in the Bureau already implemented the policy. And then on 10th of September, we immediately announced that for the sensitive parts of the curriculum, they would be taken out immediately, and also focusing on the concerns by the community on contemporary history, we would also be taking that out. And immediately, we have also issued a circular explaining the revision, and also we have also scrapped the 3-year roll-up period, so that schools and school sponsoring bodies would be able to exercise their autonomy, and then they would exercise their professionalism in determining whether and how and when they're going to do it, and in what format they're going to roll out national education. We particularly emphasize that in the process, on the 8th of October, the focus was brought out, and that is, the administration and the Education Bureau would no longer require the schools to use the curriculum guide, and the guide would be shelved, and we will not be using the curriculum guide as the basis for conducting school inspection. Some members said that would we be deploying teachers to do the monitoring work. Here I'd like to emphasize that as far as this subject is concerned, as the curriculum guide has been shelved, we have already emphasized that we are not going to conduct any school inspection on the subject. President, as I said on the 17th of October at the council meeting, I already said that both myself and my colleagues would be conducting some self-reflection on the developments during the past few months. We would learn from our experience so that in the future, in dealing with controversial and sensitive subjects or issues, we will try to communicate with the stakeholders as soon as possible, and we would also try to establish platforms at both the education level and also non-education sector so that we'll be able to come up with appropriate measures that would cater for the needs of the time. And I'd like to focus on the questions raised by 3 members in particular. Number 1, questions were asked as to whether or not I was instructed by the Chinese Liaison Office as to what I should be doing. I'd like to categorically say this to members. Absolutely not. There was no instruction whatsoever. Education has always been within the autonomy of the SAR government, and therefore, with regard to the M&E curriculum guide, every word, every sentence have come from the Curriculum Development Council and also a task force chaired by Professor Lee Cheuk-yan. And the mainland government or authorities have no part to play or have taken no part at all, have played no role at all in the development of the curriculum. And also before assuming office and after assuming office up till this very moment, nobody has ever told me that the rolling out of the M&E is my political mission. Once again, I'd like to emphasize, no, nobody has ever told me that. Number 3, I'd like to say this again. On the 18th of July, several members have been asking this, and the media have also been asking this. They've asked about the secret trip to Beijing. Once again, I'd like to explain it here. Well, on the 28th of June, before I assumed office, when I came here, attending a meeting at the headquarters, I had a discussion with the permanent secretary, and a mainland official told me, well, all right, so you're going to be the secretary for education, you should communicate with us. And on that occasion, I said, all right, as a courtesy visit is okay, it should be done as soon as possible. And therefore, they said that it should be after the 20th of July. And therefore, I said that, all right, on the 20th of July would be the announcement of the result of the DSE result after the introduction of the new curriculum, that is the 334 curriculum. That's why I would only be able to pay a visit on the 10th of July, and I had a meeting with the chief executive on that day. It was on the 17th of July, and I only managed to arrive at 1:15 a.m. And the next morning, I spent 45 minutes to repeat what I said at the education panel meeting the previous morning, and I only managed to come back the next morning. The reason why I did not make the announcement before my trip, well, I had intended to do so, but then there was some problem in the internal communication, and there was some misunderstanding on the part of my colleagues. That's why it was only done after my trip. So once again, I'd like to set that out here. And with regard to the Chief Secretary for Administration, I'd like to apologize to her because you used many words to describe it. I think it's not fair at all. Because if you look at the Bureau Director and also the Departmental Secretary's structure, because the Chief Secretary is my direct boss, and therefore, whenever it comes to when there are things involving the operation of the government, in particular when it involves public funds, she would give me a lot of support. Please understand that, well, you might say that last week when there was a meeting, you again asked her to come along with you. Once again, I'd like to explain this to you. Well, during the past 2 weeks or so, three groups wrote to ask to meet the chief executive. Well, school headmasters are asked to do it, and the chief executive talked to us. He did not have time to meet with those groups, and he said maybe the CS could also meet with them, because I didn't want to just meet with 1 or 2 of them, because all the 18 districts were there, and all the councils were there, and all the teachers' professional groups were there, and I took the initiative to invite the chief secretary to be there at the meeting. So it's as simple as that. And secondly, during that stage, we were listening to the views of the professional teachers groups and also school headmasters' views, and therefore we would not be saying too much. That's one of the reasons why I did not say much. And then afterwards, with regard to the policy announcements and all the arrangements, they were actually the responsibility of the Education Bureau and is under my charge. And therefore, when I met with the media, I took the initiative to meet with them. And I also took the initiative to make the announcements on the arrangements. Finally, on the S1 student population policy, I'd just like to make 2 points. Well, we always learn with experience, and on this occasion, we understood that we would have to maintain very close liaison with the school headmasters, and my philosophy is very clear, and they are also very supportive of this. Number one, the decline in population is not a crime committed by any side. And this is something that we will have to face with. And today we are faced with this student population of 61,000, and 3 years later it will drop to some 550,000. So there would be a drop by 11,000, and then afterwards it will climb back up again to 65 to 69,000 in 4 years' time. So this is a fact, this is a reality, and therefore, with regard to quality management and also education policy, these would be the medium to long-term policy. But then at this stage, we are facing an immediate problem, and what I've been saying is that we will have to support the schools, support the teachers, and also support the students. Well, I'm not going to dwell on the substance of it, but then in the process, with regard to our discussion with the school headmasters and all the relevant councils and so on, is a very close dialogue, and they are still having meetings, and we would very much like to work with the sector so that in the end we'll be able to foster a consensus. We hope to work together so that in this sector they would be working with the Education Bureau to face these issues, and there is no question of being biased. And when some groups talk to me, for example, just now Mr. Yip also said that, well, actually on this issue I've had several discussions with him already. Well, just 36 hours ago he asked for a meeting, and I said that by the end of this week or early next week we would be having a meeting. So please do understand this. Please do have confidence in us. Well, we always learn a lesson after an incident. We will be maintaining very close liaison with the sector so that we can work together. Once again, I'd like to thank you for your criticisms, for your support, and also for your understanding. I will continue to listen and learn modestly, and I would try to win your confidence with my performance. And since what you said is not in line with the facts, and therefore I urge members to vote against it. Thank you.
Chief Secretary for Administration. Mr. President, on behalf of the Hong Kong SAR government, I appeal to members to oppose this motion on vote of no confidence. The Secretary for Education and Secretary for Development have respectively addressed this Council twice to show their commitment to public service. They have also responded to members' comments and criticisms. The accountable officials of the Hong Kong SAR government will continue to humbly listen to members' views and the public's views, and strive to maintain a rational discussion involving all parties, to tolerate and respect different viewpoints, and join hands to serve the people of Hong Kong. As for inaccurate allegations which would affect the public, we do have the responsibility to point out these fallacies. First of all, regarding the criticisms of the Secretary for Education over the handling of the MNE subject, the government already responded on numerous occasions. At the council meeting on the 17th of last month, there has been a thorough discussion followed by a clear voting result. There should not be any need to repeat the discussion. Introduction of the MNE subject was proposed by last term of government in October 2010 for the purpose of cultivating students' moral values and national qualities. On the 1st of July, after Mr. Ng took office as Secretary for Education, months of effort was spent in reinitiating the discussion on MNE subject. He has shown great commitment in his work and through various channels, including publishing articles online, attending seminars, meeting the media. He had continuously liaised with various sectors, including the mass media, teachers, students, and parents, and he listened to the views and discussions on the relevant policies, and he also continued to explain the policy and allay the public's concern. The whole team of government has upheld the spirit of a joint effort and mutual support in supporting the work of Mr. Ng and the Education Bureau. As for the allegation against the Secretary for Development in the original motion, none of them relate to the administration's governance. Mr. Chen has already responded in his speech and gave a very detailed account. And as pointed out by Mr. Abraham Shek and other members, the deliberation in this council must be based on objective facts, and the Secretary for Development has since August this year responded to media inquiries, and it shows that he understood very well the public's expectation of him as a Secretary for Development. He also wanted to allay public's concern as soon as possible. Secretary reiterated that 15 years ago, in 1997, he already resigned from his post of director in Harvest Charm Development, and he just now also reiterated that he did not have any gain from the overseas company. The secretary understood that his post and the relationship with the property affairs. So in order to avoid conflict of interest, in his August statement, he has already given this undertaking that he and his wife would refrain from Hong Kong's property market other than any property for living purposes during his term as secretary. This is a commitment. This is also a concrete response against the allegations. As for other allegations against the secretary, as indicated by the secretary, this is not the appropriate time for any discussion in public in order to prevent any impact on the investigation. Mr. Ng and Mr. Chen are principal officials in the Hong Kong SAR governments. According to the basic law, they were nominated by the chief executive and appointed by the central authorities. Removal from office should be proposed by the chief executive to the central authorities. If any serious breach of law or dereliction of duty is involved, the principal official concerned should be sanctioned by the judiciary. To move a vote of no confidence without full justification is to negate the effort of the two secretaries in education and development affairs. It is also unfair and inappropriate. The administration understands absolutely the public's expectation on the conduct of PA officials. In fact, before Chief Secretary, please pause here. I remind members, when the administration is addressing the council, please refrain from talking out loud from your seat or you'll be asked to leave this chamber. In fact, all political appointees have undergone detailed integrity checks before they are appointed, and they also must abide by the code for officials under the political appointment system to ensure that there is no actual or potential conflict between the public office and their personal interest. And after they assume office, they're required to fill in a declaration form on various investments and personal interests for public's inspection. And they must also report to the chief executive any personal interest which may be deemed to affect their judgment in performing public duties. This mechanism can effectively prevent conflict of interest or transfer of benefits. And the PA officials are definitely under the scrutiny of the public, the mass media, and the Legislative Council. This term of government comprises officials coming from a diverse social background. Mr. Ng and Mr. Chen have both come from different professions. They joined the government to serve the public with commitment. Themselves and their family members have undergone great pressure, and yet they remained composed and continue to strive on diligently. Ever since Mr. Ng and Mr. Chen have assumed office, they have remained devoted, diligent, law-abiding, acting with probity and integrity. Their performance throughout the past several months have shown that they accepted the office with serving the public in mind, and they have understood that the public's expectation of them in terms of their conduct and behavior, so they deserve a fair judgment. Our term of government has one heart, one vision for Hong Kong. We want to engage in real work for the public. The new term of government has come into office for just 4 months, and yet a number of measures have already been rolled out in response to social aspirations in order to improve people's livelihood. This is widely recognized, and in the coming days, the SAR government will continue to engage themselves in real work in order to gain trust among the public. I urge members to vote against this motion. Mr. President, I so submit.
Mr. Wong Yuk-man, as you have already exhausted your speaking time, you are not allowed to speak again. So the debate will come to an end. And I now put a question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Wong Yuk-man be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. Mr. Raymond Wong claims a division. The bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
會議仍然在進行中，請
The meeting is still in progress. Please observe the order. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are displayed. Those from the FC, 31 present, 10 yes, 21 noes, no abstention. Those from the GC, 34 present, 19 yes, 14 noes, no abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived.